But yeah, yeah.
I think we probably have more sauropods than we've been saying we do.
I mean, the big blobby ones are, it's usually safe to call them sauropods. Yeah.
I wonder if this is something.
Huh. That's kind of weird looking. I wonder if that could be a toe right there. This could be a heel.
This might be a middle. And
Yeah.
this is a lateral toe.
Mm-hmm. That could be the other toe right there, possibly. Another ornithopod, or...
A lot of squinting going on here.
Yeah, definitely. They're not the prettiest tracks, so this is kind of how it goes with those.
Might be another.
But yeah, our Apatosaurus right here. So sauropods, they tend to have pretty small heads, at least compared to their body and compared to their full length. And a big part of that is that they had long necks. You don't want to have a huge, heavy head at the end of a very long neck. Just is not going to work well. If you're going to have a long neck, you should have a nice, small head at the end that'll be fairly lightweight, easy to kind of swing around. So yeah, the fact that these guys had small heads and relatively small brains was an excellent adaptation. If you've got a big, a humongous brain at the end of a very long neck, you're going to have circulatory problems. It's not going to go well for you. So yeah, having a small head, small brain, is part of the recipe for success for these dinosaurs. One of the reasons why they were so remarkably successful. We've got sauropod dinosaurs from all 7 continents now, including Antarctica. And basically we have them from the beginning of the Jurassic period until the very end of the Cretaceous. They were definitely doing something right. Very cool. Oh, look at these guys. Just extraordinary. Take a look. These giant, long-necked marine reptiles, not dinosaurs. These belong to a different group of reptiles outside of the dinosaur family tree. But take a look at them. Just amazing. Breathtaking. It's not often that you get to kind of walk around them from all angles, so this is so cool. And there, of course, is our
Science is it's a way of thinking about the world. It's a way of asking questions. It's a way of testing ideas. It's a way of being curious about things in an organized way. Anyone can be good at science. Like, if you can formulate questions and you can think about stuff, you can be good at science. You know? I think there are so many people around the world who think that they're bad at science, and it's just that they've never been taught science properly. And there are vested interests that want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these concepts and stuff, and we'll talk about that. That's what this clip is leading up to.
Very nice. Anyway, and SB says, is there a reason why you couldn't just plop a big tent on the site and work all year round? Funding? Funding, yeah. We have, I guess, a few $100s for food here, and that's basically our budget. Yeah, Ethan and Don and Jim, they're getting paid out here. I'm getting paid, I guess, through Twitch, through these live streams. But no, I'm volunteering here. I don't get paid to do this. So we've got a few $100, I guess, for fuel and for food, and that's it. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, you know. Dinosaurs are big business for Hollywood, for video games, for toy manufacturers, for everything else. But the people who dig up the dinosaurs, we don't see any of that money. Yeah. Anyway. What is this? From Joshua Sweet. Wait, what? Oh no. A side-by-side of me and... Is this Chris Pratt? Oh my goodness. I will choose to take that as a compliment. Thank you. So, everybody loves sauropods until they have to dig them up, because they get truly large.
5 meters high at the shoulder, roaming Eurasia from Romania to China
How
at the
cute.
end of the Oligocene
How cute.
epoch, long after.
How those giant mammals, look how cute they are. Oh my, just adorable.
Just look, we want to pinch its little perissodactyl cheeks right there. Paraceratherium. I mean, that's cute, you know? Yeah, the largest mammal to ever walk the earth. Yeah, a pocket pet. There you go, Orchestran. Yeah. And Little Pig Pony says, I just got off work, now I'm off for the next 4 days. Well.
Yeah, again, there's not too much to show in the actual quarry itself right now, given that we just got here yesterday and started digging. And we're just approaching the bone layer again right now. But this whole area where Fisher's working and where Justin is sitting right there, we're going to be removing a lot of this to get down to the bone layer, and then once we're down in the bone layer itself, the pace changes. And we start working with hand tools, going a lot more slowly. Because you don't want to be using a pick or a shovel where there might be bone. You want to use smaller, more precise tools as you're working more slowly so you don't actually destroy any of the bones. But yeah, and Grammar Nerd says, thoughts on geology in relation to dinosaurs. It's offered as a course at a university I might switch to. Geology is maybe the most important thing that you can study if you want to get into fossil science. Paleontology itself is kind of a weird amalgam of biology and geology. I'm a little bit more on the biological side of things, but many of the best paleontologists I know started off as geologists, or started off in geology, and geology is extraordinarily important to fossil science. So like here, the only reason that we're working here at this site right now is because this valley was basically discovered by a geologist here in Utah, and he reported that there were fossils that had come out of here, and he reported, you know, on the age of the fossils and everything else. And then about 20 years ago, something like that, Don and Jim started working out here. And anyway, you can't understand really anything about the fossils unless you understand the geology, unless you understand the rocks in which they come from. It helps you understand, you know, what this ancient environment would have been like. It makes sense of everything. Geology provides the context that we need for understanding the history of life on Earth. Without geology, we wouldn't know anything. So, it's extremely important. Yes.
David L. Jones wrote the book on cycads. The book is called Cycads.
Pretty cool. And then we've got, right here, a lovely cast. This is just gorgeous. What a beautiful display piece of an ornithomimid dinosaur. So this one here says Struthiomimus sedens from the Lance Formation. Is that really from the Lance? Because we would get ornithomimosaurs in the Hell Creek and we never knew what to call them. Is it Struthiomimus? Is it Ornithomimus? Is it what? This guy's big. Bigger than I would imagine for a Maastrichtian ornithomimosaur from North America. Like, just to give you some idea of scale here. Here's me next to that hand. Those classic ornithomimosaur-shaped claws. They've got these long, fairly straight claws like this. If you ever find a claw in the field that looks like that, you're looking at an ornithomimosaur claw. Pretty cool. Look at that lovely toothless beak. The name Struthiomimus means ostrich mimic. So these dinosaurs would have been fairly ostrich-like. In fact, this picture doesn't even really do it justice. It's a beautiful illustration here. Looks like Russell did that. That's lovely. It's like Greg Paul-esque. But now we recognize that these animals would have been fully coated with feathers. Had feathers all over their bodies. They would have looked like a big old weird emu, but with arms and a long bony tail. Yeah. Take a look, such big arms. I was not expecting this animal to be so big. So let me kind of interpret the skeleton for you, because you might be wondering what's going on here. So we've got the skull and the neck, and then right here that's the shoulder blade, and then up here, these are the leg bones. So that is the right leg right there. It's been shunted up over the rib cage. These are the ribs right here. And underneath here, who can tell me what these are? Does anybody have any idea what these bizarre rib-like things are? From the underside of the rib cage. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, there's the other arm. Another humerus. So this is the right arm right here. Humerus, radius and ulna, and the hand. Right there. What a beautiful cast. Just gorgeous. Yeah, very, very cool. Oh, and Cool Dork Apocalypse. That's really neat. Yeah. Cool stuff. Heg Pets, hello to you too. Welcome. We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know. We'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay. But
oh, if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
oh yeah,
you know?
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, did that wash flow? No.
Oh yeah.
That did.
Definitely.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I took some video of it. It was pretty impressive. That berm that I built there, really glad I did, or that would have been coming into the quarry. Holy cow! Yeah.
It's really important to quarry engineering. People don't think of it.
I did a lot of that in the Hell Creek, the Leptoceratops site. That was
there was a quarry the Brigham Young University did for Apatosaur, the Mill Canyon dinosaur site, right in the side of a wash. And basically, when I decided to check it out, and I went there, the thing was filled with water. Pelve, probably over a 10-foot deep quarry hole. It filled with water. You could look through the murky water and see white of these big jackets over the pelvis and things. It came out okay. The bones are prepped and they look good, but generally I don't like to see my jackets underwater.
No, not a good thing.
Particularly in the Morrison Formation, because often those shales, they didn't go into the bone at all. They swell, swelling clays that are derived from volcanic ash.
Yeah.
And as they expand, they blow your bones up. I saw a whole beautiful Camptosaur bone turned into dust one time.
That's a nightmare.
Cover your quarry, particularly in the Morrison.
Yep. Oh, very cool. Is this a genuine Stegosaurus skeleton here? Are those the actual bones? Is this from the Holland quarry? Or Holland quarry? Hayden quarry? The quarry at Dinosaur National Monument. What's it called? Holy cow, that scapula certainly looks real. And some of those plates certainly look real too. Some of them are mounted incorrectly. That one is like sideways, which is weird. But yeah. Very cool. Deserves some even more enthusiasm. That's so neat. Wow, let me see if I can match the pose. Dino news. Somebody clip that. Dino news. Dino news. That is so cool. I don't even know what to say. Now look at this. Face to face with Jane. Very cool. It's a fleshed out model of her head. And is she shedding some skin there? What is that? Look at those big old eyes. So this is a dinosaur that would have had very, very keen senses. Very sharp eyesight. In fact, had that same kind of binocular vision that adult Tyrannosaurus has. So she could actually see directly in front of her. Like that. Would have had very acute hearing and a tremendous sense of smell. We know this by studying the brain cavity of Tyrannosaurus. We can make what we call an endocast, which is basically like a replica of the structure of the brain. We can see how big certain parts of the brain are. And the parts that are associated with vision and hearing are pretty well developed, but the part of the brain that's associated with smell, the olfactory bulbs, are enormous on Tyrannosaurus, just huge. So we know that this creature had an incredible sense of smell also.
Well, holy cow, we gotta start this off early.
Some of the mysteries of these incredible creatures from our past.
Ox
These
Tiberius.
terrible lizards.
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here, Ox Tiberius. Hello.
0xTIB3 Rius and their 90 raiders wanna hear about those terrible lizards.
Well, you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream, Ox? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back. Shoot. I'm glad you could make it today. We are having a nice, chill, kind of Q&A and fossil news stream today before we get into some other topics later on in the week. But yeah, if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summers, what I publish on in the scientific literature, all that good stuff. This is my means of doing science outreach here. Of talking to folks about why all this stuff is important. Why you should care about the history of life on Earth. The perspective that can give us about our own lives, our own place in the universe. And
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
True.
To our own existence for that.
Thank you, Peercoin, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Konichiwa says Twitch, Indiana Jones. Hello, hello, Konichiwa. I'll take that as a compliment. Welcome, welcome. And hello, Mini Pie. Well, how are you doing, Minnie? It's good to see you. Yeah. You having a good day so far, Mini Pie? You were really rambunctious earlier. And thank you, Konichiwa, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It is good to have you here. Oh, hello. Like I said, I also dig up dinosaurs in just a few weeks here. Less than 3 weeks at this point. I'm going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs once again. And there will not be as many cats to stand in front of the camera and block everything. I promise. But I'll be out there in the field again. In Wyoming. Starting around May 30th. There we go.
I'm glad you could make it. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Spotato31, how are you doing? Welcome.
Anywho, this is one of our earlier streams where we are having a campfire discussion. The other paleontologists and volunteers and crew members. We'll be doing some more of these this year. Very excited about that. The entire month of June, I'll be out here in Wyoming.
He also has like little external ears. They're like.
And then from mid-July to mid-August, I'll be out in Utah, digging up dinosaurs and live streaming it whenever I can.
I was a huge Godzilla fan when I was a kid.
Almost every day.
My standard answer for this is Godzilla is supposed to be a dinosaur, like in some of the.
Anywho, good stuff. And do people bring pets to the field? Not usually, Steger. Not usually. Although I have been on the same crew as some dogs before, but it's not standard procedure or anything. I'll say. Mini Pie, you want some treats, don't you? Come on up here. Come here. Hey. There you go. Look, you missed them. They're right here. Look. Yeah, you get those. And do the dogs sniff out the dino bones? They usually don't in light and tight. They usually just, provide company and sometimes cause chaos. Yeah. Anywho, it's good to have everybody here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Like I said, we're going to be discussing a little bit of fossil news today, doing some Q&A, and then at the end of today's stream, we'll be raiding into Balint with science streams. And we will be having a scientist chat, like we often do on Wednesday nights. Ooh, good stuff, Minnie. Yeah, how is that? Is that good? Yeah. Classic science double feature. There you go, Steger. Yes. Yes. Not science fiction double feature. Like from Rocky Horror Picture Show. No. Science literature double feature. We'll be discussing some new scientific papers, which I'm excited about. Come on, camera, focus. Doesn't know what to focus on. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And time warp again? I guess so, Zesty Fungi. I guess so. I want to give a huge thank you to everybody who was here for our Streamiversary broadcast yesterday. Our Streamiversary, 4-year Streamiversary spectacular. That was a ton of fun. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. And the level of support was truly impressive, and I am deeply grateful for that. That's the reason I can continue to do these streams 5 days a week and do things like stream from the field, is because all of you good folks make that possible with your support, and it means a lot to me. It really, really does. So thank you for that. Aw, Mini Pie. Yeah. And thank you, Steger. Yeah. Glad I could pop in for a bit. It was good to have you there, Casey Snowart. Honor do it. Good to see you. Hello, Golganek. Let me scroll up to the top of chat and say hello to everyone. With, we have a cat pushing around the cat cam. There we go. But Matt M33, how are you doing? Welcome, Matt. Good to have you here bright and early as always, as well as you, Kodali 2010. How are you doing, Kodali? Welcome. The Lenina. I hope you're having a great day, Lenina. It's good to see you also. Hope things are good in your world, Lenina. Niffler, howdy to you. Glad you could make it. Claire Burr says, gotta run a few errands, be back as soon as I can. Sounds good, Claire. Mini Pie, you're stepping on my soundboard. Yeah. Let's see. We've got Hogan 698. How you doing, Hogan? Hello, Looney Saurus. Hello, Sammy Keen. Hello, Peanut Butter Princess. I'm glad you're taking some geology classes now. It's good stuff. It's extraordinarily important, especially if you want to go into a field like paleontology. You gotta know your geology, man. You gotta know your geology. Yeah. Sandwich Nom Nom, hello to you. Let's see. Grim Deviant, howdy, Reagan Nation. Great to see you also. Gravity, your PC is alive? I'm glad to hear it, Gravity. I'm glad to hear it. Scrolling. We got that excellent raid from Ox Tiberius. Thank you, Ox. Appreciate that. And Cast a Dreamer. Oh, hi there to you too. Welcome. Sloppy Salamander, great to see you as well. I hope you're doing well. And Steely Dan says, background looking awesome today. I appreciate that, Steely Dan. Thank you. MS Coggins, hello to you, and Peercoin, and Fall Machine, and Enlightened Type. Scrolling, almost down to the bottom. Lordy says, yay, streamiversary. Yeah, Lordy, thank you for your contribution as well, Lordy. I appreciate that. And I know Mini Pie appreciates that too. Don't you, Mini Pie? Don't you? Yeah. You're just gonna get my microphone cover all full of cat hair, aren't you? Yeah. I wonder what the average dinosaur development happenings are at 4 years old. See, it totally depends on what kind of dinosaur you're talking about. Some dinosaurs, most dinosaurs lived fast and died young. We don't have any dinosaurs that are older than like 40-something. Dinosaurs that, at age of death, they would be more than like 40-something years old. I think like 46, 47 is the oldest, most mature dinosaur we have thus far. But part of that is just that we haven't really sampled too many of them to be able to figure out how old they were at death. But a lot of dinosaurs would probably only live a few years, especially some of your smaller dinosaurs. Some of your littler ornithischian dinosaurs, maybe some of your small theropods, although there is some thinking that some of those really small theropods might just be juveniles. Naderfiend.
How could 19th century scientists draw such different conclusions about evolution from the same fossil evidence?
They didn't have fossil evidence back then, Naderfiend. That's the thing, is that fossil science is fairly new in that regard. Fossil science wasn't really a true, mature discipline until until the 19th century. Or until the 20th century, excuse me. Mini Pie, you're just going nuts over this treat container. I'm gonna put it over here for now. Sorry. I gave you like 10 dental treats. That's gotta be enough for now, Mini. I know you can smell more. I know you can smell that there's more. but that's all you're getting for now. Sorry. Sorry, sweetheart. Yeah. Blockman's mustard? Thank you for the 21 months of support. I really appreciate that, Blockman's mustard. That's a long time. Thank you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. That is exquisite. I appreciate that, Hogan. And Matt M33 for the 100 bits. Thank you, Matt. Excellent. Good stuff. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Well. Anyway, yeah, Nader Fiend, we didn't really have a whole lot of fossils in the 19th century. And, we were still kind of figuring out how evolution worked back then as well. That was still a brand new idea. I think a lot of people don't realize how recent our understanding is of some of these things. Like, we had solid ideas about atomic theory before we did about extinction and evolution and the history of life on Earth. Paleontology is a pretty modern, pretty recent kind of science in that regard. There's a lot of stuff that you have to understand before you actually understand fossil science. You have to understand geology, and you have to understand biology. And neither of those fields were well understood until recently. Like the last couple hundred years. What? What are you doing? Don't paw at that. Stop. She's like clawing at the uninterruptible power supply. Mini Pie, are we gonna have to put you outside the room? She knows there's more treats to be had. I used to only have a small thing of treats, but now she knows there's more and she is fiending over them. My goodness. So yeah. Scrollin'. Peercoin says, are you like a biologist for past organisms? That's a good way to put it, yeah. That's kind of what paleontology is. Paleontology is the study of fossils. And fossils are the preserved remains of ancient life forms. So paleontology is basically biology. Mini Pie, don't mess with that light. Hey, stop it. Yeah, what was I saying? Paleontology is like a mixture of biology and geology. And you have to understand both of those things in order to... What are you doing back there? Yeah. Lordy's come to, pick up Mini Pie and carry her away for right now. Thank you, Lordy. Yeah. So geology and biology. Geology, the study of rocks, and the study of life. Yeah. Anywho. And that's another member of my stream team there, Nader Fiend. That's Lordy. We've got Lordy and Ios. This is their house. I just live here. But yeah. And Hugin said some basic anatomy would help as well, would it not? Absolutely, Hugin, yeah. That's kind of inherent to biology, though. Maybe we can find a quick little video to discuss what is paleontology. It might be a nice springboard for discussion here. Yeah. Let's see here. I don't know if we've ever looked at this from SciShow. Archaeology or paleontology. We've definitely discussed that before. I've even done some streams on that topic with an archaeologist. Very different fields. Archaeology is the study of human artifacts, human civilization.
The absolute prerequisite to the evolution of
Ray
large
Apollo,
mammals,
thank you for the follow.
to our own existence, for that matter.
I appreciate that, Ray Apollo. Welcome to paleontology. Yeah. And Marcy Box said, very nice. 3-stream streak. Good stuff. Let's take a look at this from the Sternberg Museum of Natural History.
Hi, I'm Dr. Laura Wilson, the curator of paleontology
Yeah, Laura
at
Wilson,
Sternberg
awesome.
Museum of Natural History, and thank you for joining us for A New Way to Museum. Today I'm going to be talking about paleontology. So I'm a paleontologist, and one of the questions, I get lots of questions, is what is paleontology? How do we study it, and what can we do with it?
I like that word. I get a lot of questions about paleontology, like, what is paleontology? It's fun to be able to talk about something that's so fundamental to what I do. But it's important to revisit this, even for people who have been around for a long time, who've been in this community and have heard me talk about all different kinds of things. It's still a nice kind of a refresher, I guess.
So paleontology is simply the study of ancient life. So we study extinct organisms. There are a variety of different organisms. Pretty much everything that's been living on Earth in Earth's past are game for studying. Some of the three main branches of paleontology are things like paleobotany, which is the study of plants. So it can be everything from studying fossil wood. We have some beautiful examples here of some polished fossil wood where you can actually still see some of the cell structure in them, or some of the tree rings, as well as fossil leaves. You can see the imprints, the shapes of the leaves, the veins of the leaves. People can also study pollen. Pollen fossilizes very well and is very important branch of paleontology.
Paleopaleontology is really
then
important.
The two other branches.
Shoot, if you can find bits of fossil pollen, you know, sometimes those can be really easy to acquire. You don't have to go out and find a beautiful leaf fossil. You just get a sample of rock that might have pollen grains in it. Let me show you an example of paleobotany to start with. We're going to go in a little bit further afield here. But, let's see. Try and find that clip with...
record for clues.
Yeah, here we go. This is exactly what I was looking for. With Kirk Johnson.
You guys know where we are?
Fossil plants are extraordinarily important for understanding the history of life on Earth.
The Badlands of Montana and North Dakota have attracted fossil
This is
hunters
where I used to work.
intent on solving the mystery of dinosaur extinction.
And hello, Rita Schultz. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
One more time.
Dinosaurs are sexy, there's no question about that, but they're quite rare and they're a lot of work.
They are a lot of work. I can tell you. I think they're worth it. But dinosaurs aren't everything.
Tell you a real different story. They give you the context. I mean, if you look at the world today, it's a green planet, and plants cover the surface of the Earth. Plants are living in environments and responding to them, so you can learn quite a bit from the world from looking at the plants. Not only that, but since plants are common on the landscape, they're common as fossils. And we've done counts in modern forests and found that you get, for instance, in a single forest, there are 10 million leaves produced per acre per year. So looking at the fossil plants really gives you a window into the late Cretaceous world that is more informative than just looking at the animals.
And what exactly separates them from their ancestors?
Oh, Hugo, we can get into that in a minute. Basically, dinosaurs are... The way to define dinosaurs, if you want to get real specific, dinosaurs are Triceratops prorsus, plus the English sparrow, or house sparrow, Passer domesticus, and their most recent common ancestor, and all of the descendants of that common ancestor. That is, by definition, what a dinosaur is. That's what dinosaurs are. We'll go into a little bit more detail later if you'd like to, because I don't want to get too sidetracked here. But yeah.
Sometimes remnants of several plants are preserved on a single rock.
Good sound.
So anyway, all these people are paleontologists here. Paleontology is not just dinosaurs. I want to make that very, very clear. I know I'm a dinosaur guy, but that's just the
Leaves
tip
from
of
a
the
water
iceberg.
lily and a magnolia-like plant may appear side by side. Over the last decade, Johnson has collected more than 30,000 plant fossil specimens.
Yep. Pretty cool. And so Kirk Johnson, I think at the time that this was shot, he was working at the Museum of Nature and Science in Denver, Colorado. Nowadays, he is like head of the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. I believe he's director of the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. So that's a pretty plum job, and good for him. Kirk's a really good guy. I've had some really good conversations with him over the years. I've got a tremendous amount of respect for him.
And they tell us a tremendous amount about what the environment was when Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops wandered around in western North Dakota. You look at this leaf, for instance, it's got a smooth margin and elongate pointed tip, and that's the kind of leaf you find today in tropical rainforests, areas that have a lot of rainfall.
Yep,
and ample temperatures. They don't get too cold in the winter, and there's always water around. It's really different than what it is here today. Now it's a desert or high plains. 66 million years ago, this was probably a broken subtropical forest.
Pretty cool.
So fossil leaves are indicators of the climate in which they grew. So from looking at these fossil leaves, we can tell that this area was moist and of moderate climate. We find fossil palm leaves here. Palm leaves near the Canadian border. So we're looking at a place.
Imagine palm trees growing up by the Canadian border.
Much warmer and much wetter than they are today.
Cool stuff. So that's really, really important. Fossil leaves. These are good examples of those. Those are, important to understand when we're talking about paleontology. This is part of paleontology.
And I always think it's very interesting that crinoids, so a starfish, is actually the group of invertebrates.
So lots of invertebrate animals.
Is the closest relative
studied by paleontologists as well,
which are animals that have bones. So there's no doubt, especially saying this as a vertebrate paleontologist, so yes, I am biased, but vertebrate paleontology definitely gets a lot of the attention because we have the big animals with big teeth that make it into the movies, into pop culture. So when we're studying vertebrate paleontology, we're studying animals that have bones or cartilage skeletons as well as teeth. So everything from fish, including sharks, to lizards, to turtles, to birds, as well as mammals. These are all vertebrate animals. And so these are just the many different branches of paleontology that people can specialize in.
Yep.
But
so I specialize in dinosaurs, for instance. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and of course, what I usually talk about here 5 days a week on Twitch. So yeah. But what are dinosaurs? Hogan was asking about this earlier. Sorry, Hugan was asking about this earlier. And Hugan, thank you for those 300 bits. Let's get into that for a second. The way that we classify living things, as scientists, the way that we classify living things is not based on vibes. It's not based on what they look like. It's not based on opinion or anything subjective. At least it's not supposed to be subjective. We classify living things based on what they're actually related to. It's not like, I've been using this analogy lately, it's not like, well, is a hot dog a sandwich? Can we classify it as a sandwich? There's no objective correct answer to that because sandwiches and hot dogs are not actually related to each other. They're not living things that diverged from a common ancestor. We can talk about whether different people are closely related because we do share common ancestors with other people sometimes. You and your cousins are closely related. You come from the same ancestor. You come from the same grandparents. It's the same with organisms, with living things. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of reptiles. Crocodiles are not a kind of dinosaur. Plesiosaurs are not a kind of dinosaur. Turtles are not a kind of dinosaur. Pterosaurs are not a kind of dinosaur. These are from different branches of the reptile family tree. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from this dinosaur ancestor. So when I was talking earlier about the definition of dinosaurs, like a phyletic definition, phylogenetic definition for Dinosauria, it would be Triceratops prorsus. This is actually Triceratops horridus here, but whatever. Triceratops prorsus, a modern bird, we'll say the house sparrow, Passer domesticus, and their common ancestor, and all of the descendants of that common ancestor. That is what a dinosaur is. That is what dinosaurs are. That defines the group Dinosauria. Does that make sense? Yeah. And if you look this up on Wikipedia, for instance, you'll find the same explanation. Oh, search dinosaur. Yeah. Definition: under phylogenetic nomenclature, dinosaurs are usually defined as the group consisting of the most recent common ancestor of Triceratops and modern birds, Neornithes, and all its descendants. See? There you go. So yeah. Nin Player says a hot dog is more of a taco than a sandwich. Interesting opinion there, Nin Player. And that's the thing, is it is an opinion. Yeah. When we're talking about man-made stuff like that, when we're talking about non-organisms, it's difficult to like come up with a phylogeny. Unless we're talking about viruses. Viruses are, strictly speaking, not really living things, but they still have bits of RNA in them. They still have bits of genetic material, and we can take that and we can determine who is more closely related to whom in terms of viruses, which is pretty cool to think about. Yeah. But yeah, Blue and I have heated debates about the hot dog sandwich thing. Really, Lenina? Interesting. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. But we all know what's best on either a hot dog or a sandwich or a burger. Maybe not necessarily a taco. Blackman's mustard. Yeah. And Enlightened Tide says, isn't a fox any small dog-like creature and a wolf any large one? No. No, Enlightened Tide. Hyenas are not wolves. Aardwolves, despite the name, are not wolves. Thylacines are not wolves. Dog-like is a very subjective term. Let me show you. It looks like our Tree of Life is working again today. It is back up and running. So, let's look at our caniform carnivorans, the dog-like carnivorans, which do form a clade, but it's just like with our dinosaur definition, where you have a common ancestor and all of its descendants. These are what we call the dog-like carnivorans here. That includes bears, seals, sea lions, foxes, otters, weasels, martens, raccoons, etc. The dog-like carnivorans. But dogs, as a group, canids, the dog family, are a distinct clade, and they are... Where are they? Where are our canids? Canidae. Dogs, wolves, foxes, and more. There we go. Yeah. So all of these guys share a common ancestor that lived about 5.62 million years ago. That's actually fairly recent that the common ancestor of all these critters lived. But foxes, family of Vulpidae, right here, are their own group. The earliest diverging one. And then you've got this, I don't know what this clade is called. This includes the raccoon dog and then all of the dogs over here. Including wolves, wild dogs, bush dogs, dholes. South American foxes are actually a kind of dog. Yeah. So yeah, they're not true foxes, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah. That's it. Dog-like. It's vague when you classify them. There you go, Enlightened Tide. But I think, have a fairly good understanding of how these critters are all related to one another. And we can do that through something that we call a molecular phylogeny. It can be comparatively easy to classify living things that are around today because they have DNA that we can look at. So yeah, maybe we can find a quick video on that. Molecular phylogeny. I've never looked for this before, but let's try. Molecular phylogenetics. There's a lot of videos like this that are clearly just like recorded Zoom lectures or whatever. Which, you know, fair, but that's not doesn't necessarily make for exciting viewing. You know, let's try this.
2001, A Space Odyssey, The Jetsons, The Moon Landing.
1969.
The 1960s was a decade full of optimism towards the future of science and technology. This hopeful speculation wasn't just limited to popular culture, though. In 1965, Emil Zuckerkandl and Linus Pauling published a paper titled Molecules as Documents of Evolutionary History. This paper discussed ways that genetic molecules like DNA, RNA, or even proteins could be used to investigate an organism's evolutionary past. So, were the theories and predictions this paper made ahead of its time, like 2001, or optimistically naive, like the Jetsons? Let's find out together, shall we? In the past, information like physical characteristics would be used to investigate an animal's evolutionary history and ancestors.
And yep, this is still kind of what we do in paleontology as well, to a certain extent. We don't have DNA for most of these critters, but Enlightened Tight says, I think that before phylogeny, a lot of animals were grouped together based on appearance and size, and they kept their names. Yeah. That's why the common names for a lot of these critters can get confusing, you know? Like raccoon dog, it's not a raccoon, but it is a dog. Yeah, or wood fox right here. Like, that's not actually a fox. It's not part of genus Vulpes. It's not a vulpid. Not part of Vulpidae, that family. Like the true foxes over here. Yeah.
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't, until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Oh dang, I have the adult right now.
And Brandington the Third, thank you for the 13 months of support. Thank you for that Prime right there. And you've got the adult trike. Very, very nice. Very nice. See, those sub badges, that's ontogeny right there, baby. That's how that works. Growth and development over an organism's individual lifespan. That's not evolution, that's
ontogeny.
Ontogeny, yeah. Evolution happens between generations. The changes that happen during an animal's lifetime is
ontogeny.
Yeah, ontogeny. Anywho, so close to a year, I know, right, Brandington? And Enlightened Tight, that is indeed William Buckland's Megalosaurus jaw there. Sharp eyes there, Enlightened Tight. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, back to our video here about phylogeny.
The ideas around molecular phylogenetics presented in the 1965 paper were revolutionary and became the spark behind decades of research and the development of new methods of determining phylogenetic relationships.
It's like a new scientific field
in their
emerged
paper,
out of this.
Zuckerkandl and Pauling classified different molecules by how much information they could contain about the organism's evolutionary history. Molecules fell under three categories with decreasing importance to phylogenetics. The main hypothesis that the authors presented was this. They proposed that one species' semantic molecules, the genetic information like DNA, RNA, or polypeptide, could be compared to another species. Then the similarities between them could be used to determine how related they are on an evolutionary scale.
There you go. Yeah.
Before the discovery of molecular phylogenetics, in the days of Charles Darwin, Relatedness was determined using the difference in phenotypic traits alone.
And that's the thing.
In their paper, they also
back, before Darwin published On the Origin of Species, before he and Alfred Russel Wallace came up with this idea of natural selection, there were, a lot of scientists were kind of coming around to the idea that living things actually were related to each other, that they actually could be closer or further away from each other. But it was kind of a revolutionary idea. Before, I guess to a certain extent, people honestly just kind of thought animals were like, for lack of a better way to say it, they thought they were like magic. They just kind of poofed into existence, and that species never changed, but they weren't really subject to natural laws and stuff. People thought of animals as having like a supernatural origin, basically. Even people you might think of as scientists. They're like, well, shoot, I don't know. I guess it's magic. It wasn't really until Darwin and Wallace and other scientists started to actually figure out that living things change over time that suddenly everything started to make sense. Biodiversity started to make sense when we realized that one species could evolve to another over time, that living things change. They don't stay the same. And that's how you can get different species. One species can split like that. Cladogenesis that occurs, and that's how you can get biodiversity. Before Darwin and Wallace and their colleagues like that, before we understood evolution, classification was arbitrary. It was basically like, oh, these have similar vibes, so let's stick them together. Dolphins and sharks, they're both fishes or whatever, right? They got fins, don't they? We'll stick them together. That's kind of how it was before. This idea that like, oh shoot, living things change over time. And their morphologies can change, and you can get these cool splits like this. And Zesty Fungi says, pre-Darwin, many people thought that creatures just came into the world randomly. Yeah, or that they had just been around since forever, Oh, yeah.
In phenotypic traits alone. In their paper, they also proposed that synonymous mutations could also be useful information in determining evolutionary relatedness. A codon that contains a synonymous mutation between organisms is isosemantic to the other. Mutations can then occur on these
this is going into a bit more detail than we really need here, but essentially the idea is you can compare different aspects of an animal's genotype. You can look at the DNA, sort through that code, and then you can put that into a computer and have it spit out a cladogram for you.
As technology developed, new methods joined the field of molecular phylogeny.
Yep.
The Max and parsimony method became popular, which involves deeming the simplest possible phylogenetic tree to be the closest to the true evolution of the species involved. This method was exemplified in a 1982 project which used multiple proteins across 11 species to generate 39 trees out of over 34 million possibilities. The methods used in molecular phylogenetics today combine multiple methods, and due to the capacities of modern computers, thousands of species can be compared at once, including multiple genes, and complex algorithms are used to generate phylogenetic trees.
So one of my roommates back when I lived in Montana, he's like a phylogeneticist paleontologist. He does a lot of phylogeny stuff, and one of his projects required him building a big, powerful computer to be able to run a bunch of these phylogenies, to look at thousands of character states and generate thousands of different trees to figure out which one is the most parsimonious. And so yeah, there are some paleontologists who have a background in coding or in computer science and that kind of thing. There's many, many different ways to be a paleontologist. There are almost as many different ways to be a paleontologist as there are different paleontologists. And that's one of the things that you can focus on. Is phylogenetics. And Sculpin. Well, I hope that dries quickly, but good morning, Sculpin. Good to have you here. Wagner's stratigraphic test of cladograms paper. Oh, very nice. Nice, Salamander. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Yeah. This whole idea of natural selection like this, natural selection and evolution really made biology make sense for the first time. If I can find you a clip here. Because this is just, you know, fundamental stuff. Let's see, that's a little long. That video's a little long too. Maybe we'll pay a visit to Sir David here.
Animals and plants are evolving throughout the natural world. But it was the strange creatures of Galapagos that first revealed how that happens.
Old Chucky D went on a voyage here.
Years ago, the islands were visited by a young naturalist.
On September the 16th, 1835, HMS Beagle arrived in the Galapagos Islands, and the 26-year-old Charles Darwin stepped ashore to explore.
At the time, very little was known about the natural history of the islands.
Yeah, or about natural history in general, really, honestly. That's the thing, like, there were a lot of hardworking naturalists before this, but, like, no one really had that insight until Darwin and Wallace were able to show that living things don't always stay the same. They change, along with changing environments. This was huge. It was revolutionary, and it really kind of upset the apple cart in a lot of ways. There are still a lot of people around the world who refuse to believe this. They don't want to hear it. And unfortunately, many of those people run the U.S. government, but people like the current Speaker of the House. Don't get me started on that.
Darwin, initially, was fascinated by its geology. But it was the animals that gave him his historic insight.
Darwin was only on these islands for 5 weeks. But in that short time, there were things he saw and conversations he had which stuck in his mind. For example, the British vice-governor of Floriana Island said that he could tell which island a giant tortoise came from simply by the shape of its shell.
He pondered on the vice-governor's casual remark. Why
would that be?
Populations of tortoises on separate islands all slightly different from one another? He set about making a collection of animals and plants from all the islands he visited.
An interesting cast of dreamer,
Although it was the tortoises that first alerted Darwin
back in
to
the
the
50s,
differences
right?
between animals on different islands. It was his collection of these undramatic little birds, the finches, which provided him with the most substantial evidence for his great theory.
We now know that the ancestral Galapagos finches arrived in these islands about 2 million years ago. Since then, they have diversified into a number of different species.
Yep.
Today, there are 13 of them distributed throughout the archipelago.
There's 13
Each
species,
has its own
not 13
special
individual
talents.
birds.
The woodpecker finch has discovered how to use a tool to winkle grubs out of their burrows in the branches of trees.
Very cool.
The vampire finch has learned how to extract blood from sitting birds.
Yowza.
Darwin, when he returned to England, brought back with him a wide variety of specimens of all kinds. And he spent years studying his collections. He had a range of finches from several of the islands, and he noticed one particular way in which they differed. They had beaks of
I think this
different
is his
sizes.
collection, Salamander, yeah. Yeah. And those are just bits of cotton put in there, cast the trimmer. In the eye sockets.
An idea grew in his mind. It would also apply to tortoises, maybe to all animals and plants wherever they occurred. Painstakingly, meticulously, he started to accumulate evidence from all over the world.
I think you're right
to
about that,
support
Charles
his
Dragon,
idea.
yeah.
And he called the process that produced new species evolution by natural selection.
Mm-hmm.
And nowhere is its workings more vividly evident than here where it first occurred to him in the Galapagos. He realized why it was that there were several
I think that is his
species of giant
collection,
tortoises.
Salamander, yeah.
That original species probably had a high domed shell, like this one. And that's very useful on well-watered islands like this, where you have to barge your way through the vegetation. But on other islands, there are other problems.
Each and every species of flowering plant has its own unique evolutionary story that's closely coupled with the animals that pollinate it.
I feel like we just jumped there, but that's okay.
But one family of flowering plant has developed this relationship in more
I
complex
agree,
ways than any other.
Minx, I agree.
And in doing so, has become the most numerous and diverse on the planet.
Is this angiosperms? Is that what we're talking about?
There are
That's a
an
big jump
estimated
from one topic to another.
25,000 species of orchid.
Oh, orchids. Nice. They're one of the earliest diverging flower groups, I believe.
This family had a particular fascination for Charles Darwin, as he reveals in one of his letters that's kept here at Kew.
He says, I have been extremely much interested with Catasetum.
That's an orchid.
Extremely much interested.
And indeed, with many exotic orchids. Orchids have interested me as much as almost anything in my life. Charles Darwin.
One species of these amazing plants can be found growing outside in the grounds of Kew.
That's got to be Kew Gardens in England.
Orchids are extraordinary plants from many points of view, but one of them is that the lower lip of the flower is controlled by a special set of genes. So that means that it can evolve and change its shape and colour while the rest of its petals remain the same.
The lower lip of this little orchid has evolved to look, roughly, like a bee.
And people used to think that was a kind of warning, to warn cows not to eat it, on the grounds that they wouldn't want to get stung on the tongue. But now we know that's not the case. This is a mimic of a female bee. That's attracting a male to mate it, and when the male mates, it will pollinate the flower. How do we know that's true? Because this little flower produces the scent, which is exactly the same as that of a female bee trying to attract a mate.
Pretty funny.
The unique genetic makeup of orchids has allowed them to evolve an almost unbelievable degree of complexity.
Flower catfishing. There you go, Zesty
They
Fungi.
produce
Yes,
their greatest variety and complexity in the wet zone.
Those lovely tree ferns there.
At Kew, they're cultivated inside the Princess of Wales Conservatory.
Oh man, I got to go to a conservatory of
This
flowers last week,
conditions
and
are
that was
perfect for them.
amazing. The one in Golden Gate Park, San Francisco. Look at those orchids. They are pretty.
orchid species has its own characteristic form and colour.
Impossible to paint, however. Is that right, Lordy?
They represent the pinnacle of evolutionary cooperation between animals and plants. In their most extreme form, the relationship for the plant is an exclusive one. Only one species of insect will have the right equipment to claim the plant's nectar.
Yeah, okay. That was a little disjointed, going from Galapagos finches and tortoises to orchids, but, you know, still good stuff. Here is a link to that video right there. Excellent. Now back to dinosaurs. And they were clipped together, Charlie's Dragon, yes indeed. You can tell. There's something neat that I saw earlier that I wanted to share with you. It's not often that the dinosaurs are given as gifts between different heads of state. Although it has happened before. Take a look at this right here. I thought this was pretty neat. So, current president of China, Xi Jinping, gifted Emmanuel Macron, French president, with a model of an Anchiornis at their recent meeting. Is this the first time a non-avian dinosaur has been shared between presidents? Maybe between presidents. I don't know. But take a look at that. This lovely Chinese theropod dinosaur. Probably the closest dinosaur that we have to the origin of birds. Anchiornis. Right there. And given as a diplomatic gift. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah. And this is a good take, too, that this person had. I think that's really, really neat that the president of China understands the importance of fossil science enough to be sharing a model of one of their coolest dinosaurs with another head of state. I think that speaks to an appreciation of science for science's sake. I think that's pretty darn cool. Dinosaur diplomacy. It has happened before. Show mom that you care. I like that, Golganic. Show mom that you care. Give the gift of Anchiornis. But yeah, that's essentially what they're doing. And it's that's so cool. I like that a lot. Where's the source on this? Anchiornis. I'm not seeing it in Google News. What is the source there? Okay. Cognac diplomacy, blah, blah, blah. Xi presented the French president with a striking stuffed bird. It's not a bird, that's Anchiornis there. But there it is. That is really cool. Considering that like a national treasure of China, like it makes me proud as a paleontologist. That is pretty darn cool. Yeah. Move over, pandas. Dinosaur diplomacy making threats extinct. There you go, Twitch troll. Yeah. 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 And Enlightened Tide. Oh, that's something you're really interested in. Very cool. You of course are familiar with Andrew Carnegie and the Diplodocus, right? Enlightened Tide. Yeah. And birds, dinosaurs, all the same. I mean, birds famously are kind of dinosaur Mario. But yeah. Here, let me find you a clip of that, everybody. Let's see. There we are.
To see another day. Much of what we know about Diplodocus is a result of American philanthropy on the grand scale. Not long after the bone wars were over, another American millionaire became fascinated by dinosaurs. Andrew Carnegie, who made a fortune out of steel, read a story in the New York Journal of 1898.
Yeah, most colossal animal ever just found out west.
Dinosaur ever found. Andrew Carnegie wanted it. He wanted it for his museum in Pittsburgh. What Andrew Carnegie wanted, he usually got. He immediately dispatched a man with a check for $10,000 and the orders, buy it.
In 1895,
it was too late though.
Carnegie had made his fortune in railroads and steel, and he decided to give to Pittsburgh a palace of culture. And the palace had 4 columns. One was art, another was literature, another was music, and the 4th was science.
Yeah.
1898, science meant dinosaurs.
It's kind of cool that dinosaurs were at the cutting edge of science back then, and they still are today. It's
Let's
neat
protect
how
our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And time begins. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. That is a recurring sub right there. Enjoy not having to watch any ads on this channel for as long as you stay subscribed. I appreciate that. Time begins. I really do. Really cool stream. Thank you. Thank you, Begins. I appreciate that. Welcome. Here, let's continue. Dippy, the Diplodocus. That name is most closely associated with the specimen, well, the replica that's in London. But, yeah.
Science meant dinosaurs.
Science still means dinosaurs today.
Carnegie's money bought him the best bone hunters of the day, but no amount of searching, it seemed, would unearth the skeleton he yearned for. 2 months later, his investment paid off.
Yeah, that's not very long.
Carnegie's diggers struck lucky.
That's pretty quick.
Very lucky.
Yeah.
What they found was this, a giant toe bone of a dinosaur sticking out of...
Yeah, so we call that a pedal ungule. It's one of the toe claws. So that right there is the right hind foot. That's digit 1, basically the big toe. And that's the claw, like the bony core of the claw. There would be a sheath of keratin over the top of it. Would have made it significantly longer in life.
Of the rock. And they got very excited because when they started excavating the rock from around the toe bone, they found that the toe bones led to the ankle bones, and the ankle bones led to the shin bones of the dinosaur, and the shin bones led to the proverbial thigh bones of the dinosaur. It was the most perfect July 4th that any paleontologist has ever had, and Carnegie got exactly what he paid for, an 84-foot colossal dinosaur. It was named Star Spangled Dinosaur
because it was found on July 4th, Independence Day.
It probably wasn't actually found on July 4th, but that's how the story goes.
It became not only the toast of Pittsburgh and the toast of North America, but it became the toast of the world.
And Sogenbar, how are you doing? Welcome back.
It became so wildly popular. A tavern song was written in honor of Diplodocus, which only had one verse, at least one verse that has survived. It went something like, "The crowned heads of Europe all make a royal fuss over Uncle Andy and his old Diplodocus." Uncle Andy must have loved it. He paid for it, and he got everything he paid for and more. Casts of Diplodocus carnegii were made for and installed in Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, and Buenos Aires.
Yep.
That really...
And also, Vernal, Utah, and now Price, Utah, as well. There was a really, really cool exhibit that I got to visit a little less than a year ago. Oh, shoot. I wonder if there's a YouTube video about it. Does anybody take video of this? Price Museum. Diplodocus, Utah. Maybe not. Shoot. That's unfortunate. Here we go. June 2023. There we go. Here is the museum, at the museum in Price, Utah. The Prehistoric Museum, as it's called. They have a cast of Dippy, the Diplodocus, there. And there's all of these really, really well-written placards there. Talking about the different casts in different places. So you have London, Berlin, Paris, Vienna, Bologna, St. Petersburg, Buenos Aires, Madrid, and Price. These casts were basically discovered in the basement. They had been forgotten about over the years. And I was here while the exhibit was still being installed, which is really, really cool. It got kind of a behind-the-scenes peek. Yeah, and that is Smithsonian paleontologist Matt Carano there in the brown t-shirt. He was in the van that I was driving for this conference. It was like a field conference, so I guess we had a big field trip before the actual conference. But we went all over Utah, visiting different fossil sites, visiting different museums. It was awesome, before the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference last June. Also, Mexico City. And there it is. The Diplodocus skeleton cast in concrete in the snow. This would make a wonderful Christmas card. Might do that this year. Yeah, and Vernal, 1957. Vernal, Utah. Most of you have probably never heard of that town. You've got all these world capitals and then Vernal, Utah. Yeah. Anywho. And Lady Fiend says, I'm still glad my grandfather assisted in the Dinosaur Museum in Price, Utah. It's a great museum. Yeah. And this summer I might be visiting there again. On my way out to the field. Because I'll be working not too far away. Kills for Fun, how are you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. And Pulp Fiction Tunes. Yeah, Twitch Troll. Yes, indeed. Do a lot of surf rock here.
Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, and Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
That really set the stage for the popularity of dinosaurs and of the great studies on dinosaurs.
So this was the first dinosaur that many, 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 many people around the world ever saw. This was their first introduction to what a dinosaur was when their country received, usually in their capital city, this cast of Diplodocus. Really cool.
Here was tangible evidence to all the people of Europe of the terrific dinosaur finds that were occurring in North America.
Yep. Yeah. And this is still a phenomenon around the world. Dippy the Diplodocus. Yeah, here's the original in Pittsburgh.
You may already be familiar with Diplodocus carnegii, the dinosaur we affectionately refer to as Dippy, our beloved mascot. But do you know this fossil's origin story? Dippy's journey to the museum begins with a newspaper article in late 1898 that claimed most colossal animal ever on Earth just found out west. This news quickly caught the attention of museum founder Andrew Carnegie. Carnegie asked the museum's director, Dr. William Holland, to get a dinosaur for Pittsburgh, and so a team of paleontologists traveled to Wyoming. In early July 1899, after a few months of searching for fossils in several locations, the team finally uncovered some very impressive bones at Sheep Creek, Wyoming. The fossils were so big and so many that they filled 130 crates, an entire boxcar, when they were sent back to Pittsburgh. Carnegie Museum paleontologists freed these fascinating fossils from the surrounding rock and discovered a new species of dinosaur, naming it Diplodocus carnegii.
Yes,
a
indeed.
new wing of the museum was built to display this 85-foot-long specimen. So excited was the world about this fossil that King Edward VII asked Andrew Carnegie for a dinosaur for England.
Yep, that's the King of England at the time. He's like, we gotta get one of these. Those probably were not his exact words, but you get the idea.
A cast or...
And Twitch Troll says, blue whales alive now dwarf any dinosaurs? Untrue, Twitch Troll, untrue. Dinosaurs got bigger than blue whales. I'll show you. Yeah. And tonnage-wise, especially tonnage-wise, Twitch Troll, blue whales are essentially weightless. They live in the ocean. They don't have weight. You put a blue whale on a scale, and you've just murdered a blue whale. Do that with a dinosaur, and you're fine. Well, they're still around. But yeah. So, Patagotitan majorum is a good example. Big old titanosaur. It's 12 meters longer than your average size blue whale. I think the world record blue whale is like 102 feet long. These titanosaurs were easily going over 120, 130 feet long. Yeah. Impressive stuff. Yeah. And Twitch Troll says, but long necks have little tonnage? Blue whales have little tonnage. Again, they live in the ocean. They're essentially weightless. They don't have to support their mass on land. It's not a fair comparison to make, you know? It's like... I'm trying to come up with a good analogy here. But yeah. They do still have mass, sure, Hogan, yeah, but it's different, you know? It's a different sort of thing. Yeah, mass and weight are not the same thing, says Stavros. Right. Yeah. I don't know. That's the thing, is that, like, we're talking about completely different... I don't know. It's just not really like a super apt comparison to make, I suppose. A creature that's essentially weightless because it has neutral buoyancy in its natural habitat, water. You know, it's like... It's like asking what weighs more, a hot air balloon or... I don't know. It's hard to come up with an analogy for this. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, a hot water balloon. In water. Yeah, there you go. Mechanism, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Soganbar says, what about a beached whale? Well, that's a dead whale, you know? My point is that it takes a... When we're talking about evolution, when we're talking about these animals developing tremendous size, you know, if you're a whale and you're neutrally buoyant in the water, you don't have to have any real evolutionary adaptations for supporting that mass in the water. You know, you could just go absolutely nuts. You can't do that on land. So yes, whales get really big, but it's really easy to do that in the water. I think that's kind of the point. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Steely Dan says it's like saying peregrine falcons are the fastest... It's like saying peregrine falcons are the fastest runners. They do have special adaptations to be able to reach tremendous speeds and move a lot faster than other things that are just in free fall. A peregrine falcon will be able to move faster than just like the terminal velocity of an object falling normally with more wind resistance. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah. And I don't know, I'm just trying to make a point here, Twitch Troll, about evolutionary adaptations. But sure, you can get really big if you're in the ocean. When you don't have to support your body weight because the water just completely takes care of that for you, you know? So yeah. There are other dinosaur paleontologists who can tell you about this as well. What is this? Hang on. Shows up in the Google results, and then when you click on it, it's not there. Yeah. So here's a link when we're talking about this. This is from the blog of a couple of paleontologists, Mike Taylor and Matt Wadle, are both sauropod workers. And here's one blog post called "Why are elephants so small?" You don't normally think of elephants as being small animals, but compared to sauropod dinosaurs, they certainly are. Why didn't elephants ever get much bigger than they are today? You had creatures like the imperial mammoth or like Dinotherium, which got pretty darn big, but they're still significantly smaller than any your bigger sauropod dinosaurs. So he says, I've long intended to write a paper entitled "Why Elephants Are So Small," as a companion piece to "Why Giraffes Have Short Necks." Yeah. Whales are different. I have in mind a half-formed notion for a third paper, completing the trilogy with the title along the lines of "Why Whales Are Dirty Cheaters." When you're different animals living in when you're an animal living in a different kind of a setting, you're going to have different constraints on the sorts of features that you can evolve. The reason that dinosaurs, especially sauropod dinosaurs, grew to be so tremendously large is not, as a lot of people think, a lot of people kind of assume, oh, there was 10 times as much oxygen in the air back then. There wasn't. For a lot of the Mesozoic, there was probably less oxygen than there is today. Oh, it's because gravity was just turned down back then. You know, like, somebody took the gravity slider and just, turned it way down. That's obviously not the case either. The Earth has the same mass that it did before. It's gonna have the same amount of gravity. The reason dinosaurs were able to get so tremendously large, like these sauropod dinosaurs, was because of an interesting suite of adaptations that they had. Stuff like hollow bones, that avian respiratory system that dinosaurs kind of pioneered and that their avian descendants, the descendants of the theropods at least, inherited. Stuff like not chewing your food, just swallowing plant material whole so that you can ingest enough calories in order to feed your high metabolism. It's another one of those factors. These animals were warm-blooded. They had very, very high metabolisms. It had taken an unfathomable amount of calories in order to be able to feed that bulk and power their bodies. And also laying eggs and hatching out of an egg no bigger than this. And then, if they were lucky enough to reach adulthood, they'd be well over 100 feet long. Solidly over 30 meters. Some of them potentially over 40 meters in length. All of these things are remarkable to think about. And whales don't have to deal with most of that stuff, When whales are born, a baby whale, a baby blue whale, is like bigger than a car. It's nuts. They're born really, really large. They don't have to hatch out of an egg smaller than a football and then reach full adult size in like less than 30 years. I don't know. Sometimes when people say, oh, well, blue whales are so much bigger than they dwarf any dinosaur at all. Yeah, I don't call this dwarfing a dinosaur here when you're smaller than the dinosaur. Give dinosaurs some credit. That's my soapbox then. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah. Rick and Morty attribute sliders. Is that a thing from that show? Huh. But yeah. But anyway, yeah. And Timmer's Crutch says, didn't their size include huge air sacs for pneumatic movement? Absolutely, Timmer's Crutch, yeah. Here. I need to, just bookmark this image. Because it's a beautiful one. So we were talking about this on Monday when we were talking about sauropods. But everything that you see in blue here is pneumaticity, is air. These dinosaurs, like modern birds actually inherited this from their earlier dinosaur ancestors, the ancestors of the sauropods and the theropods. They have air sacs right here in their bodies, all full of air to help lighten the skeleton. So those are air sacs right there in this electric blue. This is the lungs in this darker blue. And then you've got this kind of sky blue, powder blue. These are pneumaticities in the vertebrae. These are air-filled hollows there that link up with the respiratory system. These are all remarkable adaptations these animals use to get tremendously large. To become the biggest animals that have ever walked our planet. The longest animals that have ever lived. Pretty incredible. Yeah. But yeah. The sky's the limit. There you go. And it then did, yeah. But yeah. Anyhow. Pretty incredible. And even more incredible when you realize that we only have a few specimens of these supermassive sauropod dinosaurs. And they tend to be fairly fragmentary, at least in the sense that when you're an animal that's well over 100 feet long, it would take a tremendous amount of sediment to be able to bury you so that you can be turned into a fossil in the first place. So these things usually aren't buried complete. Even if they were buried complete, we find these things usually because bits and pieces are eroding out of, you know, of the outcrop when we go out prospecting for them. So usually when you find a dinosaur fossil, you find it by virtue of parts of it have already come out and are being eroded and exposed and turned to dust by the elements. So chances are, even if you discover a dinosaur that would have been complete in the first place, usually parts of it are already missing, because that's how you discover it in the first place, is that it's been eroding out for a while. That, and also, if you were going to try and excavate a dinosaur, not just like this is a small sauropod right here, but if you were to excavate, you know, like Patagotitan, one of these animals like this, imagine the amount of earth that you would have to move in order to be able to get the whole thing. It's not an easy undertaking. Just one skeleton can take years and years and years to dig up. We've probably got maybe about I don't know, I'd say fewer than 24 super large sauropod skeletons like this in the world. None of them 100% complete. And we're talking about a lineage, or several lineages of animals that existed for tens of millions of years. What are the odds that you would actually find one of the very biggest ones? I would not be super shocked if we were to find sauropod dinosaurs that are 150, 160, maybe 170 feet in length. You know, 50 meters long. Could happen. There weren't any super large sauropods like this found until about the 1970s or 80s, I think. I don't know, you had like Supersaurus back in the 70s or 80s with Jim Jensen. You had a lot of these Argentine titanosaurs, things like Argentinosaurus or Patagotitan. It was only from like the past couple decades is Patagotitan. Yeah. I would not be shocked if we find sauropod dinosaurs that are significantly larger than this in the future. Yeah. Anyway. And do we have a rough potential estimate, potential maximum lifespan of these sauropods? Where you see the oldest ones that we have so far, I think, are about 30 or 40. They don't seem to have lived all that long, which is remarkable given how tremendously large they could get. Yeah. I don't think we have any dinosaurs that have ever been found that have been sampled, you know, cut, to count their growth rings and their bones. I don't think we have any that are older than, like, their late 40s. Dinosaurs, for the most part, lived fast and died young. It kind of makes it all the more remarkable that, you know, these creatures are as large as they are. They must have grown incredibly quickly. And we have evidence that they grew incredibly quickly. It's cool to think about. And Zesty Fungi says, we fungi don't get the credit for being some of the largest living organisms. We dwarf many other types of organisms. Well, that's kind of like, they're the same organism because it's a clone, right? Zesty Fungi? It's like saying that massive aspen forest in Colorado is the world's largest living organism because, you know, it reproduces via cloning. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Zesty Fungi. I remember there being I think a Skeptoid episode about this. Yeah. Biggest, the oldest, and the baddest. Yeah, by biggest we mean tallest, longest, most massive. Nearly every school turns into a blue whale, blah, blah, blah. And this is out of date now. Not even the longest sauropod dinosaurs were as long. This hasn't been true even when he wrote this. We know that sauropods like some of the biggest titanosaurs were significantly longer than that. Need to issue a correction. Yeah. Let's see, over 125 years ago, a lion's mane jellyfish was found with tentacles as long as 37 meters. A bootlace worm was washed up that measured 55 meters long. These have to be considered slightly dubious. To find the real all-time giants, they have to leave the animal kingdom. The most massive single organism ever by mass is the giant sequoia tree. Found right here in my home state of California. Yeah. In the Sierra Nevada mountains. A single tree can mass over 900 metric tons. And those are supporting their full weight on land, not in the ocean. More than 5 of the heaviest blue whales. The tallest tree today is the coastal redwood, also found in California, standing 115 meters tall. Pretty cool. Yeah. But for the biggest, the big, we must once again redefine our parameters. Clonal colonies of plants or fungi that appear to be separate individuals but are in fact physically connected underground, and then have sprung up as clones of the same original. These connections can sometimes grow old and break, or may be difficult to verify. It's really hard for us to say for certain how large any given clonal colony is. We generally agree that the most massive single clonal colony was one of 5 giant fungi in an Oregon forest. Clonal colonies of which are called genets, or genets? Is it like gannet, like the bird, or is it different? The largest of these genets is named the humongous fungus. It's probably between 7,500 and 35,000 metric tons. We really don't have a way to measure it any better than that. So it's open to rivalry from a grove of clonal aspen trees in Utah. Oh, in Utah, not Colorado. Named Pando. Pando probably weighs about 6,000 metric tons and consists of about 40,000 trees. Anyway, yeah. Interesting stuff, but here is a link to that if you'd like to read it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Lodoc says, I'm new here. Welcome, Lodoc. And greetings to you, too. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Just by brief way of introduction, for you and anybody else who may have just waltzed in. Welcome, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm streaming to you from my office here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. This is where I am for the majority of the year, when it's winter time or fall or spring, I guess, where I would sometimes prefer to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs, which I will be doing again. Movies, they mention that he's a dinosaur, and also I'll be out here again at the end of this month. What really, through the entire month of June, and then from mid-July to mid-August, I'll be out in the field digging up dinosaurs and live streaming it. So yeah. Pretty excited about that. So stay tuned. We're going to be doing some live dinosaur digs in just a few weeks now. May 30th is when I will be out there in the field again. Streaming from the Badlands of Wyoming starting on May 30th through the entire month of June. I'll probably be coming back to the Bay Area for a little bit in July, but then mid-July I'll be back out there in Utah, digging with the Utah Geological Survey through mid-August. So, pretty excited about that, and I hope you'll join me. Anyway. Speaking of large creatures like this, we were talking about Dippy the Diplodocus, but let's change course a little bit. And Camellia Hyacinth, thank you.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Camellia, thank you so much for converting your Prime sub to a recurring Tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, Camellia. You won't have to worry about any ads for as long as you stay with that. That's going to be wonderful when I'm out in the field. Yeah. You'll have an uninterrupted fieldwork experience.
Are you most fascinated by?
So I'm still in my undergraduate, so I don't have really a lot of freedom to study what I want.
But yeah, we're it's going to be excellent. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I'll show you some of this cool stuff. And Crazy Horse, how are you doing? Do you consider the amber with fossils and the paleontology or geology? So paleontology and geology has a ton of overlap there, Crazy Horse. It's not really a one or the other. A lot of what I do, you could consider either geology or paleontology or biology. Paleontology is essentially like a mixture of... We're taking aspects of geology and biology to study the history of life on Earth. Yeah. And what discoveries have they made looking at fossilized amber? All kinds of stuff, Crazy Horse. Holy cow. From, ancient arthropods, insects and spiders and crustaceans and other critters like that preserved in amber, to, plant material preserved in amber, all kinds of cool stuff. It's a little bit outside of it's a lot outside of my realm of expertise. Dinosaurs are what I actually work on. Dinosaurs are what I dig up, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. So amber is not something that I am an expert on by any stretch of the imagination. If you would like to learn a little bit more about fossil amber and maybe see some amber examined live on stream, go follow Science Streams right now. So Balint and Lita, they're a married couple of molecular and systems biologists. They stream science outreach here on Twitch. They're trying to go full time, actually, if that's possible. And they do a lot of amber stuff. It's pretty neat. Anyhow. Oh, discovered you through them? Oh, very cool, Lodoc. Very nice. Well, we're going to be doing, Balint and I from Science Streams are going to do another crossover stream this evening, so I'm excited about that. It's going to be good. Anywho. This kind of clickbaity looking video popped up the other day.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, Reese, for gifting Lodoc.
Tier 1 sub to Lodic 4.
I appreciate that, Reese. Thank you, thank you.
In the channel.
Appreciate you, Reese, for that support. Look, we are getting even closer to our sub goal for the week, and we're shooting for the stars this week. We're shooting for the moon. We're shooting high up. Our sub goal for the week. And we are making excellent progress. Anywho, this kind of clickbaity video just showed up the other day, and I don't know if this is going to be one of these procedurally generated AI ones, or if it's actually going to be decent. We'll take a look. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Hogan. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The title is These Are the Largest Dinosaurs in History, from a channel called Re-Universe. Chances are this is going to be bad, but it might be a really nice springboard for discussion here, so we're going to take a look at it. Let's begin. What is this from?
Who comes to mind when you hear the word dinosaur?
Oh, when I hear the word dinosaur, I think of what I study. I think of any of the creatures, including Triceratops and modern birds, Neornithes, and their most recent common ancestor and all of the descendants of that common ancestor. That's what I think of when I think of dinosaurs. I should think of the actual definition of dinosaurs when I think of dinosaurs as a dinosaur paleontologist, but yeah. Yeah, anyway.
Perhaps the iconic T-Rex from Jurassic Park? Of course, this widely popular image is both memorable and impressive, but it's not the only way you can picture a dinosaur. What about this little guy?
Yeah,
It's
a hummingbird.
lighter than an ostrich feather.
They are dinosaurs.
The males weigh on average 1.9 grams, 0.07 ounces, while the females 2.6.
Is it a bee hummingbird? Is this Melasuga helenae? Smallest bird in the world, and as far as we know, the smallest adult dinosaur that's ever lived?
0.09 ounces. Their hearts beat 300 to 500 times per minute. This isn't just any bird, as you might have thought, but the smallest of the currently living descendants of dinosaurs
This
known
is not
to
bad
science,
so far.
the bee hummingbird. All right,
Yep.
so we've
It's
got
native to
familiar
Cuba.
with the smallest dinosaurs. What about the biggest ones? That's where things get tricky. Scientists disagree on which dinosaurs can be considered the largest.
No, we all agree it's the sauropods. Which sauropod is the question? Sauropod dinosaurs are the long-necked, four-legged, plant-eating dinosaurs. Yeah, these guys. Find you a decent image here. Yeah, not bad. Different sauropods here. Earlier sauropods here. Some of them like early sauropod morphs. What's this? AI-generated garbage here. Basura. Dog water. Lousy. There's that one with the, yeah, I love this image here. These are mamenchisaurs from China. Incredible animals. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. We know that some kind of sauropod was the largest of the dinosaurs because these guys get larger than any other dinosaur. As a group, sauropods are... Some of them get truly, truly, truly enormous. But which of the sauropods was actually the very largest? That's the question.
Leading to heated debates from time to time. We've looked into this issue and came up with a special list just for you. Top 5 largest dinosaurs.
I've got some kind of lousy stock footage in some of these parts, but the narration isn't bad yet.
Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more fascinating episodes. We know that the largest living animal is the blue whale, weighing about 136 metric tons and growing to over 30 meters, 98 feet long. It's also the...
I think the world record for a blue whale is it's either 98 or 102 feet. I forget. There's some records that are purportedly larger, but those are not confirmed. I think like the largest ever confirmed blue whale, I want to say was 102 feet long, which is significantly shorter than, than even some of the, not even the largest sauropods.
The largest animal that has ever lived. But blue whales live in the ocean, where conditions differ from those on land.
Yep,
Then
it's
what
wetter
about
for one.
the largest land animal? Today, elephants hold this prestigious title. But if we...
And Twitch Troll says when the largest blue whales die, they stay in the deep ocean. No, not true. The reason why they're measured in the first place is because either they wash up on the shore, and I think the world record blue whale was one that actually washed up on shore, around the year 1900, I want to say. A lot of blue whales, because of what they eat, they need to come close to shore, near upwelling environments where you've got this cold water that's coming up into near the continental shelf, and then places like Monterey Bay, where you get this tremendous biodiversity there because you have this cold upwelling that makes conditions for things like krill just perfect. But also many of those largest blue whales that have been measured, they were killed by whaling ships back in the 1950s and 60s, hauled up on deck and then measured. Some of those I think were close to 100 feet long, but I don't know. I think on average blue whales are something like 70 feet long. But yeah, about the same size as the largest sperm whales. But yeah. Anywho, but yeah, let's continue.
Travel back in history, we encounter even more colossal giants, the dinosaurs.
Oh, what is this footage?
Hop into our time machine, and off we go. In general, dinosaurs varied greatly in weight and size. They could weigh from a few grams to tens and even hundreds of metric tons. Moreover, it's worth noting that there's...
I don't know if we have any dinosaurs that weighed... Well, there's certainly none that weighed hundreds, plural, of metric tons. But, 70, 80 tons, sure. Easy. Hundreds of metric tons? Incorrect.
Sizes changed depending on the time period. Dinosaurs lived on Earth during the Triassic, Early Jurassic, Late Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods.
Why did they separate the Jurassic into early and late? They should have... If you're going to make those distinctions, go late Triassic through the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Dinosaurs seem to have first evolved about maybe 240 million years ago at the very end of the middle Triassic. So if you just say late Triassic through Cretaceous, that would be a more correct way of saying that.
Collectively comprising the Mesozoic era. It is believed that they reached their largest sizes during the Cretaceous period. Theropod dinosaurs were the most common predators of the Mesozoic. An interesting parallel emerges when comparing the weight of dinosaurs versus modern carnivorous mammals. The latter usually weigh between 10 and 100 kilograms, 22 to 220 pounds, while the former from 100 to 1,000 kilograms, 220 to 2,200 pounds. Interestingly, the largest dinosaurs weren't predators at all. You are about to see this for yourself. But let's clear something up first. Scientists will probably never be able to say with 100% certainty which dinosaur species was the largest.
Fair. Yeah.
This is because very few dinosaur remains.
What is this? This garbage fake stock footage here. The narration isn't awful for this video. It's could be a little better, but so far I'm pleasantly surprised. A lot of the stock footage is just dog water though. This is completely fake. This is fake stuff, and that's annoying because this is the internet, and on the internet you get wackadoos and charlatans and people who say, "Oh, dinosaurs aren't real. All the bones are fake." It's the way to make those people really, really happy is to show fake footage like this.
Remains have fossilized. Most of these remains will either never be discovered or have already been accidentally destroyed. It's exceptionally rare to find relatively complete skeletons. Even less often, scientists discover prints of skin and other soft tissue.
It happens, though.
Reconstructing the muscles and organs of many dinosaur species, as well as estimating their appearance and weight, presents a major challenge, even today. But it's not completely impossible.
No, it's not impossible at all.
Today, researchers use the laser scanning method to overlay virtual skin onto known or presumed skeletons.
No, we don't. What? I'm sorry, what? Laser scanning method to overlay skin? Is this like a ChatGPT hallucination thing? Is this a ChatGPT generated script?
Completely impossible. Today, researchers use the laser scanning method to overlay virtual skin onto known or presumed skeletons.
The lasers... untrue. Where did that come from? Just making stuff up.
In this way, modern technology allows us to at least approximately identify the most gigantic dinosaurs. Now, let's move on to the first highlight of our journey. Here, you'll see dinosaurs ranked 5th among the largest of their kind. Their sheer size may take your breath away.
It's going to be Brachiosaurus?
Sauroposeidon.
Oh, boy. Yeah, we don't really know a great deal about Sauroposeidon. I wonder if they're going to say that it's a Brachiosaur here, or if they're going to say that it's a Titanosaur. If it is a Brachiosaur, its proportions would suggest that it's much, much taller than Brachiosaurus or Giraffe Titan. Maybe like 70 feet tall, but we don't really know how to reconstruct it. Do we reconstruct it as a Brachiosaur with a kind of upright neck posture like that? Or is it a Titanosaur instead with a neck that's maybe going out a little bit more forward than it's going out up, you know?
Imagine a bone weighing 3 metric tons.
Yeah, the bone itself did not weigh 3 metric tons when the animal was alive. That's after it's been fossilized. The bones get a lot heavier after they've been partly turned to stone, you know? Fossilization tends to do that.
That's how much a block containing one of 4 vertebrae weighed when it was excavated from a farm in Oklahoma in 1994. Researchers needed a tractor to transport it. Initially, these fossils were deemed too massive for any animal and were mistaken for petrified tree trunks. As you will see, there have been a few similar misidentification cases in dinosaur research history. What kind of animal could such huge vertebrae belong to?
A sauropod.
Their owner was Sauroposeidon, a genus of sauropods. Large.
And is it just the vertebrae that have been found for it? I think so, Schmazonium. I think so. Let's look that up real quick. Matt Wadle described this. And I've spoken with Matt Wadle a bunch of times over the years. We've been to a few conferences together and stuff. But yeah, Sauroposeidon Protellus there. It may or may not be the same animal as Paleosaurus, I think. It's still kind of a mystery. But yeah. Unexpected age, unusual size, originally misclassified as petrified wood. Interesting. And I think we've just got cervical vertebrae from it. There they are. Yeah. So Sauroposeidon could be the same dinosaur as Paleosaurus and Pleurocoelus. Yeah. And, oh, did Rich Cifelli actually discover it? Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, is the animal a titanosaur or is it a brachiosaur? Anyway, let's see what they say here in the video. Who knows what they're going to say in the video. But yeah. And Mushrooms or Jazz says, gosh, there must have been a lot of food around for a trunk like that. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think that's one thing that we kind of forget as people living in the modern world. Like, our natural environments have been mostly denuded of most of the plant material and the large animals that should very much be walking around right now, you know? When Lewis and Clark in 1803 were, you know, going through the Great Plains of Montana, they described seeing absolutely thousands upon thousands upon thousands of bison stretching as far as the eye could see over those prairies. Like absolutely innumerable pronghorns and elk and deer and in so many of these places, like before people showed up or before people had paved paradise, I guess you could say. Even on like a prairie environment, you just had uncountable numbers of animals out there. Natural environments can support a lot of big vertebrate animals. Some of them could be very, very, very large. We had mammoths and mastodon and, you know, 10-foot tall camels and critters like that walking around right here in the San Francisco Bay Area till just a few thousand years ago. That is kind of like the natural state of things, in a sense. Environments that haven't been messed up by humans can be remarkably prolific in the kinds of animals they can support, you know? So yeah. Anywho. But yeah, and Twitch Troll, be nice, please. You know, we don't want to have to time you out. We're first and foremost an educational channel. It's supposed to be for people of all ages, you know. Yeah. Just be cool. Thank you. Let's continue.
Four-legged dinosaurs that lived during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods and are known from a few incomplete fossilized skeletons. The name Sauroposeidon comes from the Greek words sauros, meaning lizard, and
Or
Poseidon,
Saurian,
the god of the sea in ancient Greek mythology.
It's a great name.
Who also controlled earthquakes. The name hints that the weight of sauropods was so great that they literally shook the earth as they walked. But let's get back to those bones. The vertebrae were kept.
And that is kind of a cliche that these animals were earth shakers, but I don't know. They're not like constantly stomping around all over the place. That'd be pretty hard on their legs, especially as heavy as they were. They would have had different adaptations to make their footfalls a lot, you know, less stompy than that. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Until 1999, when they were handed over to American
There's Matt Waddell
paleontologist
right there.
Matt Waddell for analysis.
Yeah.
In 2000, the researcher officially published his findings. As a
And would they have had cushioning in their feet? Yeah, the Phoenix. We do think so. Here, I think I can show you a clip of this. Let's see. Oh, this used to be on YouTube. I don't think it is anymore. But there was a lovely clip with John Hutchinson.
Well, thank you for coming to...
Talking about this sort of thing. Talking about sauropod limbs and... Well, shoot, I'll just find the one with Attenborough. There we go. There's the heart. Here we go. So yeah, the other clip that I was going to show you was John Hutchinson, who kind of works in biomechanics in paleontology. Really well-respected worker in that field. He's like interacting with this elephant, and he shows how like kind of tight the skin is around an elephant's legs. It's almost like the elephant is wearing compression socks. And John Hutchinson is a tall guy. He says, like, every time I fly on a plane, you know, I have to wear these compression socks so that, you know, my blood doesn't just, like, pool down there at the bottom of my legs. Because, like, that could be really bad. If you're sitting down for a long time, you don't have your, like, normal circulation like you would if you're walking around. Anybody here in chat have to wear compression socks when you sit down for a really long time, like on a long-distance flight or something? Elephants kind of have this same kind of thing going on, with really tight skin around their legs. And that's so that the blood doesn't just completely pool in there. It gets forced back up into the rest of the body. So yeah, you were given compression socks after an ankle surgery. Interesting, Queen Dark Lady, yeah. Yeah. And Green Giant, there you go, yeah. Yeah. I wear compression socks every day. Yep. Yep. Elephants kind of have a natural... They've sort of naturally evolved this. And that's what Attenborough is hinting at right here. Yep. Yeah, so we do think that sauropod dinosaurs would have had this kind of thing going on. Yeah, yeah. Another one of the things that you have to deal with when you're living life on land rather than, you know, just lounging around in the oceans. Oh.
Poseidon, the largest dinosaur in the history of dinosaur studies. Consider this.
And that makes a lot of sense, Hogan, yeah. Marathon runners do that too.
Neck could reach 16.5 to 18 meters, 54 to 59 feet, which is equivalent to a 6-story building.
That is assuming that the animal actually had that upright neck like we usually think of brachiosaurs as having. Brachiosaurs have got these adaptations. The name brachiosaur means arm lizard because they've got, unlike almost all other dinosaurs, their arms are longer than their legs. And so their torso is kind of at an up angle like this. It's kind of debated how much of an up angle. In this reconstruction, it's pretty darn dramatic there. But it may have been a little bit more low-key, like this, or like the reconstruction in Chicago. Yeah, there's Giraffe Titan in Berlin. Pretty darn upright stance to that critter. But yeah, so did Sauroposeidon have this kind of body plan? With a really up-angled torso and the neck held really high aloft like that, way up in the air? Or was it more, more like this? More kind of horizontally oriented? Like in diplodocid dinosaurs or like in some titanosaurs too. We're not really sure. We don't really have enough fossil evidence from Sauroposeidon here to really make that kind of an assessment. Is it upright or is it more horizontal? We don't really know. Anywho, let's continue.
Making it one of the tallest known dinosaurs, perhaps even the tallest. However, there is no evidence suggesting that Sauroposeidon held its neck strictly vertically. This would have put a considerable load on its heart. According to one theory, It held its neck and head horizontally, parallel to the ground.
You know, not a
bad
video.
But what about overall
The
body
writing in
weight?
it isn't bad, at least.
The dinosaurs were 27 to 34 meters, 89 to 112 feet long.
Well, I don't know. It really does kind of feel like it was written with the assistance of ChatGPT or something. We don't know if this is actually the full adult length of Sauropus. Like, this is very speculative stuff.
With shoulder length of 6 to 7 meters, 20 to 23
And salamander,
feet,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
and weighed 40 to 60
Brachiosaurs
metric
are weird
tons.
like that.
However, sauropods likely had a system of air sacs, similar to those in modern birds,
We know they
serving
have this.
several important functions: regulating body temperature, filling their lungs with air, and changing body density during swimming and diving. They also...
No, what? No, it wasn't... Regulating buoyancy during swimming and diving? What in the world?
with air, and changing body density during swimming and diving.
I'm becoming increasingly convinced that this is one of those, like, videos that's... The script was largely generated through ChatGPT, you know? That's so frustrating. Go diagonal, I know, right?
They also reduced body weight due to bone cavities, which means that sauropods might have been 20% lighter than assumed.
Yeah, maybe
In
significantly
2012,
lighter than that, yeah.
numerous other sauropod remains, previously identified under different names for decades, were reclassified under the genus Sauroposeidon. These encompassed sauropod bones and tracks, including partial skeletons that have long been found in the Biloxi River region of Texas.
Yeah, Plexisaurus.
Interest-
And, well, that's the thing, is that they wouldn't be they would be either Plexisaurus or Pleurocoelus. The name Sauroposeidon would have to go away if they get synonymized, because those names are older than Sauroposeidon.
Interestingly, in the mid-1980s, students at the University of Texas at Austin discovered a bone bed on a ranch in Hood County. However, excavation stopped in 1987 and only resumed in 1993. All sauropod remains from this site appear to belong to the same genus. Some parts of a skull were discovered in the quarry, including the left upper jaw and teeth.
Dinosaurs too. Very cool.
Also,
Yes.
a part of the neck with 7 vertebrae, 13 backbone vertebrae, and 30 tail vertebrae, as well as samples of all limb and girdle bones, except for some front and hind
Girdle
leg
bones.
bones. Considering their long necks, you may have
Oh,
imagined
boy.
sauropods as somewhat odd creatures for their time, akin to modern-day giraffes. But that's not the case.
So you do dig up dinosaurs?
Wow. N Simple X Pachinko and their 6 raiders want to know what it's like.
And Simplex Pachinko, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Howdy, howdy. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Tell me about it. What'd you get up to? For anybody who's new, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Right now, we're taking a look at kind of a clickbaity dinosaur video on YouTube that I'm really starting to suspect that the script was written by ChatGPT. It's getting a lot of weird things wrong that, like, a human writer would not get wrong. Saying a lot of things that, like, aren't even wrong. They're just weird? Anywho. But yeah. This is what I do for most of the year. But it is almost time for me to go back out to the field to be digging up some dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. And I am really excited to bring everybody along for the ride. Here's a recording from last year. We're doing some more live streams.
as I get swarmed by
from some
flies.
dinosaur digs this summer.
All right, excellent. Perfect. Thank you. Well, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's really good to see you here today. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're having a good weekend so far.
Oh, and very cool, and simplex.
Whatever time it is, wherever you're watching.
Differential equations class.
Whether it's live or later on in the VOD or on YouTube or whatever, it's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, streaming to you live from eastern Utah right now. There's our quarry with our crew in there. We're going to go join them in a second. But hello, everybody. It is great to have you here, and glad you could make it.
Anywho, good stuff. I will be in Utah from mid-July to mid-August, but from the end of May, the end of this month, through the whole month of June, I'm going to be out in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation. Digging up some duck-billed dinosaurs, digging up, hopefully, a horned dinosaur, a ceratopsian. If we get super lucky, maybe we'll find some other dinosaurs as well. But right now, what's on the docket are hadrosaurs, our duck-billed dinosaurs, not too dissimilar from this guy. And then a horned dinosaur, too. One, probably not super dissimilar to the, Navajo ceratops, Anchiceratops, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, Dreamt, it's good to see you here. Welcome. How are you? Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our video here. And see where this is going. Is this, a generative AI written script? Or it really feels like it. Let's continue.
They were a very large group that first appeared in the early Jurassic period and soon spread all over the world. Ceroposeidans inhabited areas of tropical and subtropical forests.
I'm sorry, what?
But that's not the case. They were a very large group that first appeared in the...
Wait, is he talking about sauropods?
...of all limb and girdle bones, except for some front and hind leg bones. Considering their long necks, you may have imagined sauropods as somewhat odd creatures for their time, akin to modern-day giraffes.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
That's not the case. They were a very large group that first appeared in the early Jurassic period and soon spread all over the world.
That much is true, yes. And Salamander, let's see if it mentions AI tools in the production. Subscribe to the channel, blah, 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 blah. This almost feels like it's, AI generated. It doesn't say anything about AI anywhere. Yeah. I'm not seeing anything. I very much doubt that YouTube would crack down on this kind of thing, though, even if they did have a solid policy about AI.
Ceroposeidans inhabited areas of tropical and subtropical forests, near river deltas, coastal swamps, bays, and lagoons. Few creatures in the animal kingdom dared to attack adult Ceroposeidans, but the young were probably hunted by groups of predatory dinosaurs from the Carnosaur clade. Ceroposeidans were herbivores. Their long necks most likely allowed them to eat leaves from the tops of magnolias, palms, and sycamores.
Palms and sycamores did not exist at this time. This is like the early Cretaceous period. I don't think that palms had evolved until the middle Cretaceous. I could be wrong. Diagonal, are you here in chat right now? What's the earliest occurrences of sycamores and palms? Both of which are angiosperms, as I understand it. I don't think they would have existed in the what formation is this? It's Atoka County, Oklahoma. The same fauna as Acrocanthosaurus. What for? Oh, the Cloverleaf Formation. That's easy. Shoot. Okay. Oh no, additional remains from the Cloverleaf. Okay, that's why I didn't think it was the Cloverleaf. Antlers Formation. That's it. That checks out. So yeah, Antlers Formation is what, like 120 million years ago? Something like that? Yeah. Aptian stage. Anyhow. But yeah. Anyhow. Could you give a quick summary of the Deccan traps and their contribution to the KPG extinction? We have some questions about it. Thank you, Lenina. Yeah, we'll see if we can do that. The Deccan traps may not have really been super influential, though.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
J.G. Fergie's search has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, J.G. Fergie. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. It's good to have you here. How did your stream go? Tell me about it. Welcome to the channel. And Codes, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. You're doing some art? Excellent. Yeah. J.G. Fergie, very cool. Anyway, my name is Danny. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm doing science outreach here on Twitch. We're right now talking about sauropod dinosaurs, the very largest of the dinosaurs. Long-necked, usually long-tailed, four-legged, plant-eating dinosaurs. They were the largest creatures to have ever walked our planet. And we're watching a video about them right now and kind of dissecting it, critiquing it. Video kind of seems like it's maybe the result of some generative AI nonsense. Maybe ChatGPT was involved with this in some stage, but anyway. We're making the most of it. But yeah. And Ericaceae were the first modern family of monocots to appear in the fossil record around 80 million years ago during the late Cretaceous. Thank you, Zesty Fungi. Yeah, I don't think palms were really a thing in the early Cretaceous of North America, so I think that is probably incorrect too. AI et al. There you go. Then did yeah.
But some theories suggest that due to the inability to hold their necks vertically, Sauroposeidons might have fed on vegetation that was growing on lower levels.
No mid-Cretaceous?
How much food do you think this little one might need per
Good
day
question,
to stay
Salamander.
healthy? As a matter of fact, a whole ton. Yep, it was a real leaf processing factory. However, one Clash of the Dinosaurs episode on the Discovery Channel mentioned that young Sauroposeidons attained their massive size by eating insects and small mammals. But this boldly contradicts the widely accepted theory. Today, there is
the widely accepted. Again, it's written in such a stilted way. I really do think that this is like a Chat GPT, thing here. This is it's frustrating, and I bet you here that it very well may have just been taken from the Wikipedia article for Sauroposeidon. Let's see. Clash of the Dinosaurs. That's not mentioned in the article. Huh. Interesting. Trying to figure this out.
Absolutely no evidence to suggest that sauropods were even partially carnivorous. It's only speculated that prosauropods, their distant Triassic ancestors, might have been omnivorous.
Oh, prosauropods. Is it a clade? Is it not? Is it a grade? I'm not even going to get into that right now.
Scientists don't know exactly how Sauroposeidons moved, but by comparing them with other large, short-legged sauropods, they concluded that they were amongst the slowest dinosaurs. As you can see, we don't know much about this species, and most of the information was extrapolated from comparing them with more well-known auropods. Now,
this makes me think that the voice might also be artificial. Like they didn't actually they didn't hire a narrator for this. It might just be text to speech there. Because it seems like somehow the first S in sauropods got clipped, and so it just read it. Auropods.
From comparing them with more well-known auropods. Now, let's briefly go back to modern.
Reese,
YOO
thank you for
gifted a
gifting
tier 1 sub to
JG Fergie. Thank you.
They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that, Reese. Thank you. Good stuff. Did that sentence make sense in English, Lodog? I don't know. Yeah. Gameplay, yeah. And you recognize it's an AI voice? It's text-to-speech, Cast a Dreamer? Interesting. Anyway. Let's continue.
Times. Imagine two London buses standing one behind the other.
Standing.
That's how long our next character was.
We talked about this critter on Monday.
And here it is, the Dreadnoughtus, a genus of titanosaurian sauropod containing a single species, Dreadnoughtus shrani.
So this is cribbed from Wikipedia. You can just tell by how it's written.
Is in honor of American entrepreneur Adam Schran for his financial support of the study. The name Dreadnought means fearing nothing or fearless. It was chosen by Drexel University paleontologist Kenneth Lacavara, who discovered the species. The animal's virtual invulnerability...
Oh, and I missed that, JG Fergie. A few certain herbivores were exclusively herbivorous. So I imagine sauropods would have crunched a few smaller dinosaurs when nutrients were... Maybe, JG Fergie, yeah. We do actually have evidence of that in some... We just talked about this yesterday, but I'll show it again. We do have evidence of some dinosaurs that are thought to have been herbivorous, or known to be herbivorous, that also may have indulged in some animalophagy, eating other animals, small animals. Yeah.
Entirely.
Invertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis was backed up when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation,
coprolites
which is the
are
same
fossilized
age
dung.
as a tree medicine. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside.
Yep.
But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans.
Yep.
They were clearly
Maybe
broken up,
isopods or
so
something.
they were ingested.
Or
Put
it could be
together,
crayfish
these
or
plain
something like
lumpy
that.
rocks reveal a whole ecosystem.
We have the hadrosaurs, we have conifers, we have white rot fungi, and we have dung beetles and snails.
Hey, there's a thought.
All in.
You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
Let's do the thing.
Stavros, thank you for the 13 months of support. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to learn more about dinosaur dung, there's a link there. Stavros, thank you for keeping me online for the past 13 months. Thank you for that Prime sub, Stavros. I appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah. And you should comment on the video, and if we all like it, it will go to the top, says Enlightened Tight. I mean, yeah, unless it gets hidden by the channel owner or whatever. But, let's continue. Before I can write a good comment, we gotta actually know some more about this video, you know? Yeah.
Due to its size, reminded scientists of early 20th century large steel battleships. The dinosaur is known from two partial skeletons discovered in the Patagonian cliffs of Argentina, in the Upper Cretaceous rocks, which are about 70 to 76 million years old. These are the most complete skeletons compared to other giant titanosaurs. Scientists have about 70% of the bones needed to fully describe the creature. From these remains, it is reliably known that the dreadnought was one of the largest terrestrial vertebrates. Based on the skeletons, the total length of its body was about 26
Did they just say dreadnought? They refer to it as the dreadnought? It's called Dreadnoughtus.
meters,
I don't
85
know.
feet.
I'm suspicious.
And it weighed 48
Feels
to
like
49 metric tons.
AI generated.
And if you look at the body parts, the tail reached 9 meters, 30 feet, and the elongated neck, 11 meters, 36
This is also
feet.
a different voice.
That is, the neck was almost half the length of the animal.
Wait, but then Sauroposeidon is larger, you might say. But here is an important clarification. The specimen had the features of a juvenile individual. That is, the dreadnought was supposed to grow even larger, and no one knows how big it could become. Hang on, but how did scientists know that the dreadnought remains they found were teenagers? All young vertebrates have so-called growth zones in their bones. Cartilage.
I'm sorry, what?
All young vertebrates have so-called growth zones in their bones, cartilaginous epiphyseal plates. In adults, they are overgrown with normal bone tissue. However,
It's also not this really clumsy way to put this, and that's not quite true.
this doesn't apply to reptiles because they grow throughout life.
That's not true. That's not true. Oh boy. So many different reptiles reach a full adult size and then they stop growing. Birds, for instance, do this. Dinosaurs did this. We know that they actually had an EFS. They had an external fundamental signature in the interior of their bones that, like, when the growth rings get so close together that they essentially, like, merge, just becomes kind of a dark line around the perimeter. That's...
It's much more pronounced in their youth. Also, the bone cells, or osteones, have a rather round shape in young dinosaurs, while they are more elongated in the mature ones. So the paleontologists found unfused bones in the shoulders of the dreadnoughts they discovered, and they also had many round osteones. This suggested that the dinosaurs were actively growing at the time of death. Due to the large size of bones and the remoteness of the discovery site, it took 4 years to completely excavate them. In 2009, the fossils were transported to Philadelphia on an ocean freighter for study. They were studied at Drexel.
It looks more like a tanker, but it could be a freighter. I don't know.
University and the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. And in 2015, the remains were returned to Argentina, where they are permanently stored in the Padre Molina Museum in Rio Gallegos.
That's the wrong museum. This is the... what's it called? The Museum for Naturkunde? Museum for Naturkunde? In Berlin. I'm sure I butchered that pronunciation. I'm sorry. But yeah, this is the Giraffe Titan that we looked at earlier. I think this is the skull of Dicraeosaurus. Maybe that's Dicraeosaurus right there. They also have, I think, the Dippy specimen. That might be Dippy right there. And this might be Dicraeosaurus right here. But yeah.
The bones of both dreadnought specimens were scanned using a 3D laser scanner. This helped field paleontologist Locavera study the fossils in the safest way possible without damaging the structure.
So that is actually really neat. I wish they would have touched on that a little bit more. But yeah, by scanning the bones in, you can create, you know, by digitally scanning the bones, you can create digital models and you can manipulate them in any way that you want in the computer. One of the difficult things about sauropods is they are so stinking big that trying to move the bones around is exceptionally difficult sometimes in collections. And because the bones are really big and they're so much heavier than they would be in life because they're fossilized. They've been partially turned to stone. So this is a really, really cool way to actually study these things. I wonder if we can find the source video for that, because that's going to be much more interesting than this. Looking for it.
It's probably in this video, I imagine.
So you're looking at the remains of a new genus and species of dinosaur, the most complete skeleton ever found of a super massive animal. And
JG, I think you're right.
This would have weighed 65 tons. And to put that in perspective, a full-grown bull African elephant weighs about 5 tons. So you're looking at an animal that is equivalent to a dozen giant elephants smushed into one body. So everything about this dinosaur is giant. The femur is 6 feet tall. The upper arm bone, the humerus, is almost as tall as I am. The tail bones are gargantuan with huge muscle scars that show us that it essentially had a weaponized tail that was 30 feet long. One vertebra in the neck is over a yard across. So this incredibly large and muscled individual that would have feared nothing in its landscape. That evokes, to me, this class of turn-of-the-last-century battleship called the dreadnoughts, which were huge, thickly clad, and impervious. And as a result, I've decided to name this dinosaur Dreadnoughtus, or Fears Nothing. I think it's finally time that herbivores get their due. Other very large dinosaurs like this are generally known from only a couple of bones. In many cases, 1, 2, 3 bones, and this one is represented by over 100 elements.
Hey, Will 62,
so for
how are
the
you
first
doing?
time, paleontologists are going to have a look at a nearly complete skeleton of one of the most massive creatures that ever walked the earth. So there are a lot of good places to look for dinosaurs in the world, and one of the best is Patagonia.
This is where they got
and
that
southernmost
footage
Patagonia has.
That's so funny that like they're taking all of this footage. We saw that in this other video here. That's right here. They're just taking footage directly from it, and they don't seem like they're crediting that at all. Like, I don't see any crediting going on in this. It's... I don't know. For a verified channel, that seems a little shady, honestly.
Received relatively little attention. So I wanted to go there because I figured I would find some dinosaurs.
To the end of the video? Good thinking, Ricadactylus. We'll take a look.
I thought there was a good chance that there might be something new. So this is the discovery piece. This is the giant femur of this animal. And in 2005, I found a small patch of this bone exposed at the surface. It was hard to recognize that bone. It had been covered by gypsum minerals and weathered. And so I GPSed this bone, and we came back later that day, began to uncover this, and eventually uncovered hundreds of bones representing the skeleton at this site. So one of the most amazing parts of this dinosaur is its tail. And the tail starts here, and it goes way down to here, and then it would go about 8 feet through this wall. And so it's 30 feet altogether. And this is an incredibly bulky, massively muscled tail. Everything about this speaks to its power. And this is a really interesting set of bones. We call these chevrons. And in other big dinosaurs, this area kind of comes down and tapers to a gentle V here. In this dinosaur, it flares out into this immense area for muscle attachment, making this, I would say, the most powerful tail that's ever been seen. One of the most enjoyable aspects of this project has been working with my Argentinian colleagues. Back in the lab here, though, we're starting to apply some very cutting-edge techniques to studying this dinosaur. We're using a 3D laser scanner to capture the digital form of these bones, and then essentially we can digitally curate the fossil. This has the advantage that it doesn't take space. These images can be ported around the world to other scientists, other museums, and we can use them in biomechanical models. A dinosaur in this mass range, 65 tons, is really pushing the limit. So what is physiologically possible? So
I kind of doubt that. I think we'll probably find sauropods that are bigger than this.
Skeleton, and we're fortunate that we have a complete skeleton of this amazing creature. So we're going to be able to understand kind of the frontier of physiology in terms of supermassive land animals from this animal.
It does seem like most of the super giant sauropod dinosaurs that we have, I'll give you a link to this video, seem to be around the same size, like between 60 and 80 tons, round about 130 feet long, you know, like, I don't know,
37, 38 meters, something like that. But those are just estimates so far, and whether we're talking Patagotitan or Dreadnoughtus or Alamosaurus or some of the biggest specimens of like Supersaurus.
And if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine the mammals would still be small creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
And Chris Pulpul, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. It could be that a bunch of these really big dinosaurs, these super giant sauropods, are around the same size because maybe they're just kind of hitting their heads on the upper physiological limit for how big an animal can get on land. Maybe they're approaching that ceiling there. Or maybe they could get bigger than this too, and it's just kind of a matter of coincidence that, like, we're all just kind of comparing these animals to each other, which is why we're coming up with similar size estimates. I would not be shocked if we found sauropods that were bigger than this. If it turns out that ceiling is not actually, that ceiling is not there, you know? But yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Man, Twitch troll, just cool it a little bit, please, okay? I don't know what's going on with you today, but take a chill pill. Please don't annoy the other members of chat, okay? Don't want to have to time you out. Let's continue with this video here. Talking about Dreadnoughtus. There we go.
Weighed 59.3 metric tons. That means the Dreadnought would have been more than 8.5 times heavier than a male African elephant, and several tons heavier than a Boeing 737-900 airliner. However, this weight estimate was criticized for being exaggerated. Matt Waddell, already known to us from the study of Sauroposeidon, calculated the weight of this dinosaur to be between 36 and 40 metric tons. Another researcher, Gregory Paul, using methods based on more accurate skeletal restoration, suggested that the dinosaur weighed only 26 metric tons.
Which is interesting. You do get really, really big differences in the estimates here for weight of these critters just based on how dense you make them. Are you accounting for all of the air sacs and pneumaticity in the vertebrae and how full of air these animals were, or are you not? I think a lot of these weight estimates for sauropods are like kind of significantly lower. Like I think that the true weights of these animals is probably significantly lower than a lot of these estimates, just because, let's be honest, there is maybe a bit of an incentive to say we have the heaviest dinosaur ever. But also, I think a lot of people fail to account for just how full of air these animals were. You know? So yeah. And what influence did the air sacs have? Asked Will62. Well, for one thing, it would have allowed these animals to get much larger. Much taller, much longer, much bigger around. Because the lighter weight you are, I showed this image a little while ago, love this image, from Kerry Woodruff's paper, on disease in a sauropod dinosaur. The idea is that there were bones in the neck that had this weird texture to them, around like the pneumaticities, around those hollows there, and that's characteristic of a respiratory infection, probably a fungal infection. It's the same sort of thing that we see in bird bones today when birds have like, aspergillosis infection. Anywho, this would have made the animals much more lightweight, which means they could move a lot faster. It's easier to swing that neck around while you're feeding. They could just be more active dynamic, graceful animals when they're much more lightweight. They can be much more sprightly. But also, it helps oxygenate all the cells in their bodies. If you have air that's going up through those air sacs in the lungs and then through those pneumaticities in the vertebrae, your cells can be more easily oxygenated, which also allows you to be more athletic, more active. It's cool stuff. So this seems to be one of the keys to the success of some of these gigantic sauropods, is the pneumaticity of their skeletons. Yeah. But yeah. Schmazonium says, is there like a mathematical way we know to figure out the weight difference of an agatized bone? You mean fossilized, Schmazonium? And what it would have been alive? Or is it a vague guess? It's kind of a vague guess. The bones themselves are not even the heaviest part of these animals. It would have been the flesh around the bone. The muscle would have probably been the heaviest part of this animal. Yeah, it's not like we weigh dinosaur bones in order to be able to figure out how heavy the animal was in life. We have other ways of trying to figure that out. Here, I showed this clip the other day, but let's go back to it. It gets in here. There we go.
Zoologist McNeill Alexander of the University of Leeds in England is also studying the size of the supergiants.
And birds do have those air sacs, yes indeed, Leo Vincent, yeah.
To determine just how heavy the sauropods were, he's conducting an unusual experiment.
We've only got bones of fossil dinosaurs, so there's no point
Which is not
weighing
true.
them. But we
also have fossil skin, we have eggs, we got teeth, we've got like a lot of other fossil remains of dinosaurs apart from just bones per se, but fair enough.
work out how
being
heavy
nitpicky here.
real dinosaurs were by using models.
This model sauropod is 50 times smaller than the real thing. By dunking it and measuring the amount of water displaced, Alexander can calculate the weight of the beast itself.
Yep.
He estimates Argentinosaurus weighed between 80 and 100 tons, with the potential to be a whole lot bigger.
Yeah, so basically the real kicker in this, the one variable that will throw everything else off, the one variable that is critically important, is your density coefficient. So how dense were these animals compared to that plastic model right there? Are they as dense as the plastic model? Or are they less dense? Are they full of air? That one variable really, that's what's important to consider, you know? Yeah. So yeah. And we don't really have a great, I don't know, this is something that I'd like to publish on in the future. I've got some ideas about this. But yeah. Gotta wonder about the role and proportion of tendons and ligaments versus muscle tissue. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, Will. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And comparison charts of ages of different species would be nice to see in dinosaur publications. Yeah, we don't understand that, Twitch Troll. Like, that would be almost pure speculation there. If they were to put that in a book, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's continue. And Twitch Troll says, weight measurements of species is always an average weights? No, it's not. No, it's really, really not. Usually the figures that you see in publications are of some of the outliers. They usually don't have enough measurements of a particular species to actually have an average. Only if you're talking about like really, really well-known species that are very well studied would anybody have gone through the trouble of actually producing an average like that. That's not typical. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
But all these estimates were ultimately considered inaccurate. A few years ago, in 2020, 2 studies estimated that the dreadnought's mass at 48 to 49 metric tons. As you can see, the question of the dreadnought's size is highly debatable. When we look at one species and it appears to weigh 20 times more than another species, maybe what we're really looking at is an individual that is simply 30 years older than the other animal, said Dr. Locavara. In terms of proportions, Dreadnoughtus' forelimbs were longer than those of any other previously known titanosaur, although they were still not much longer than the hind limbs, and the neck was presumably held horizontally. Scientists believe...
So that's what Ken Lacavara says, is he thinks that these animals had kind of a you know, more of a horizontal posture to their neck. Let me find you that clip here.
Hey, Kenneth Lacavara here.
We talked about this on Monday. We'll return to it again briefly.
Literally. Contact with each other, like in life. Just like the real Dreadnoughtus, it's not easy to move. And here's a little bit more. I like the posture that they have it in. Dreadnoughtus should be just about horizontal, should be parallel with the ground. It's not like a brachiosaur with the long forelimbs, the hind limb and the forelimb should be just about the same length. I think these dinosaurs essentially held their bodies parallel to the ground. If you start to lift your neck up like this, there's all kinds of plumbing problems. I mean, how did they not pass out from doing that? They'd have to have special check valves. And
they might have had.
They had those, but also most of the food is down there. There's not that much food up here.
He's right about that, yeah. Unless they're specialized treetop browsers. But then you see the Dreadnoughtus in Prehistoric Planet, and they are reconstructed with a more upright neck posture. Like this.
This huge bull, white with dust, has held the centre's ultra-lightweight, air-filled skeleton.
Part of that might be that they're showing off here, but the Titanosaurs in this series are usually shown with like kind of more upright necks. So I wonder what the reasoning was there. People like Darren Naish, or Darren Naish, who's like the head paleontological consultant on Prehistoric Planet. I wonder what his reasoning might be there in reconstructing them with a more upright neck posture. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah, and Leo Vincent says, do we know what the trees looked like back then? We do. Or at least we've got ideas of what kinds of trees were around. I don't necessarily know what height they were on average or anything like that, but we can get some clues by looking at the morphology of the trees that's preserved in the fossil record. It seems like the tallest trees around back then might have been stuff like this, like Araucaria, modern monkey puzzle tree. We've got lots of these, not just in South America, but around the world during the time of the dinosaurs. Basically from like the Jurassic through the Cretaceous, you've got monkey puzzle, Araucaria like this all over the place. From the Morrison Formation, late Jurassic of North America, to the late Cretaceous of South America, like with Dreadnoughtus and Argentinosaurus, Patagotitan, and those critters. These guys can get very tall. Araucaria araucana, the particular species, which I think is the national tree of Chile. It's also called the Chilean pine. Yeah, they can grow to a height of 30 to 40 meters, 98 to 131 feet. They can be pretty tall, these trees. They're really cool. I'm growing an Araucaria right now in the backyard. They grow pretty slowly, or at least mine is growing pretty slowly. But they are really, really cool plants. They're very, very cool. Kind of a almost quintessentially Mesozoic-looking tree, in my opinion. Yeah. And were there leaf trees? Yeah, there were a few by the time the late Cretaceous rolls around. You've got trees like sycamores, magnolias, I think dogwoods, stuff like that. But they didn't really exist during the Jurassic period. Only later on in the Cretaceous do you get flowering plants that evolve, including the ones I just mentioned. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. And were plants during the time of the dinosaurs big? Gamer Peanut, great question. It's not like all the plants back then were super gigantic or anything. I kind of feel like there's this caricature that exists in the minds of many people in the general public that like, oh yeah, everything was super gigantic back in the time of the dinosaurs. You had dragonflies that had 5-foot wingspans, and you had millipedes the size of a car and stuff like that. Not true. There were giant millipedes and giant dragonflies or dragonfly-like insects long before the dinosaurs, but by the time the dinosaurs evolved, those critters were extinct. You didn't have giant millipedes or dragonflies anymore. Yeah, you didn't have horsetails that were 100 feet tall. You had kind of a more modern flora during the time of the dinosaurs. At least modern in the sense that... modern is not the right word. It didn't look like a coal swamp, you know? This kind of primordial forest like this. It didn't look like this during the time of the dinosaurs. These plants were long gone, along with some of the giant insects that inhabited those forests. Insects and other arthropods. By the time the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods roll around, landscape would have looked a lot more like this. You had tall conifer trees, things like redwoods, things like Araucaria, like monkey puzzle trees. You had tree ferns and cycads, club mosses and spike mosses, and horsetails that looked a lot like our modern horsetails. Yeah. Stuff like this. Lovely illustration by John Sibick here. Yeah. Does that make sense? Those plants back then were not super gigantic or anything. About the same size as the trees and plants that we have today. Yeah. And ginkgo, absolutely. Yeah, ginkgo were all over the place too, ongoing. Thank you. I don't see any ginkgo here. I would have said that, but here. Take a look at this lovely greenhouse. A lot of these plants that are in this greenhouse today, that's the whole idea here, is these were plants who had ancient relatives back during the Mesozoic era. Ferns, tree ferns, Araucaria. I don't know if there's any ginkgo in here, but yeah. Lovely tree ferns. I don't know what those things are called in the background, but they're cool too. Anyway, lots of conifers, redwoods, stuff like that. And cycads, like this beautiful cycad here. Look at that cone. Yeah. Yeah. The large fungi trees, SD fungi, Prototaxides, Didn't survive into the age of the dinosaurs. No. Yeah. Would have been cool.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. The Tradoon.
Gregorio Robertos.
Catch a bit of a paleontologizing stream is a good day.
Thank you, Gregorio, for your ongoing support. 10 months of support there. Really appreciate that, Gregorio.
Tradoon.
Thank you. Good stuff. Keeping me here on the air for the past 10 months. Even if you can't drop in all the time, your support means a lot to me, and it means a lot to this community. So thank you, Gregorio. Good stuff. Anywho, let's get back to this video here. Let's continue the punishments. Oh boy.
That their diet was no different from that of other sauropods. They consumed a large amount of plants, using their long necks to reach food. Why did they die? Most theories suggest that they were quickly and deeply buried, hence the good preservation of the skeletons. Apparently, there was a catastrophic flood.
No,
the waters broke through a natural dam, turning the ground into a muddy
No,
mess.
where is this coming
The
from?
dinosaurs
Nonsense.
were buried in an eroded crevice. What else made the discovery of the Dreadnoughtus particularly special? Well, it helped to calculate the bone strengths of dinosaurs and the maximum mass they could withstand. From there, it's a short step to modeling this sauropod's breathing, blood pressure, and dietary needs. Now,
I'm sorry, what? Things are just coming so hard and fast that I feel like I'm missing nonsense phrases and they're just washing over me and without reaction.
From there, it's a short step to modeling this sauropod's breathing, blood pressure, and dietary needs.
It's not that simple. What are you
Now,
talking about?
let's move on to our next hero, a true titan, who was discovered completely by accident, and again in Argentina.
Patago Titan was discovered by accident by a gaucho. Like basically the Argentine equivalent of a rancher.
A shepherd from a ranch in southern Argentina stumbled upon giant bones while herding sheep. The ranch owner, Oscar Mayo, reached out to paleontologists, and scientists began excavations.
It's frustrating that they're showing like just random stock footage here because there is actual footage from this dig. There's also a lovely book about it. If anybody's got any kids at home who like dinosaurs, I'd highly recommend this book. There we go. Titanosaur. Discovering the world's largest dinosaur. We don't really know if it's the largest, but yeah. It's written by two of the paleontologists who published on this animal. This book was actually published before the dinosaur was, so it's just called Titanosaur in the book. But yeah, the genus name for the animal is Patagotitan. You know, it's written by Diego Pol and Jose Luis Carballo. Excellent book, lovely artwork in it. When I was teaching early childhood education, this is one of my students' very favorite books, but this is the gaucho discovers the bone in the first place, comes to the museum, talking to the paleontologist about it, and they go out and look. Anyway, good stuff. Lovely children's book, lovely illustrations, and the text is pretty excellent, given that it's actually written by the paleontologists whom the book is about. Written a lot better than this nonsense, you know? And Trappy's trying to troll me there, but Trappy, you can call it Dracorex if you want. Yeah. It's all the same thing. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
During excavations in 2012, 2013, and 2015, they uncovered hundreds of bones from at least 6 long-necked and long-tailed dinosaurs. To be precise, 200 fossils were discovered, including 130 sauropod bones and 57 teeth of theropod carnivorous dinosaurs.
Yeah, those are shark teeth right there. These are theropod dinosaur teeth. Those are shark teeth.
Dinosaurs. Among the finds were bones that belonged to a previously unknown species. This time, the world learned about the Padocotitans, or more precisely, Padacotitan maiorum, meaning Patagonian titan of the...
I'm sorry, what?
Padacotitan maiorum, meaning Patagonian titan of the...
Patagotian?
The Mayo family. The dinosaur earned this name because its bones were excavated at the La Flecha Ranch owned by the Mayo family, and titanium refers to the dinosaur's strength and large size. Patagotitan started making headlines back in 2014.
So here's actual
even
footage
before
from the
its
site.
bones were fully unearthed.
Yeah.
The discovery...
I remember being in the field at the time, and then seeing images of this and going like, holy cow. There's one particular photo that's become kind of famous. There we go. Yeah. It was a series of photos with paleontologist Diego Bol. That is the femur right there. So this is the right femur. So there's the femoral head where that fits into the hip. That's the back of the knee right there. This one bone. Significantly larger than this paleontologist. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. They used a paleontologist for exactly Stavros, yeah. Yeah, Cass, yep. Which reminds me, I had a friend and colleague who did a similar photo of himself for scale with the femur of one of his dinosaurs. Let me find that for you. Where did that go, LJ? And he's been tweeting a lot lately. Looking. Shoot, where is that? Oh, goodness. It's taking way longer to find than I thought it would take. A lot funnier if it were pithier. Bear with me here. I would use the search function, but that's kind of broken on Twitter for the past couple years. It's just been kind of destroyed, along with most of the rest of the platform. And now we're getting an error. Never mind. Forget it. But yeah, yeah. I miss Twitter. Well, I still call it Twitter, but yeah, it's been pretty well broken for a couple years now. That's why I don't tweet anymore. It's just that, and I kept getting spam bots and literal like neo-Nazis replying to my posts all of a sudden now that they've become unbanned and are just taking over the platform. Anyway, let's continue with this video for a little while longer at least.
The parts of its neck, back, tail, and limbs were enough to understand. The world had never seen such a dinosaur before. British broadcaster and naturalist David Attenborough referred to it in his documentary. In 2016,
referred to it in his there's a whole documentary about it, you know?
Museum of Natural History dedicated an exhibition to it.
And Octavius King, yeah.
According to Smithsonian Magazine.
It really sucks, just the, you know, the whole social media or thing. I believe we have a brief video about that, don't we? Speaking of Twitter's downward decline. I really need to make a stream deck video for this. And thank you, Octavius King, for the 200 bits. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't delete that scene, did I? I shouldn't have. I wouldn't have. Nope, here it is. Social media. Anyway, yeah, that was a fun video to put together. Spoke to a certain amount of angst I was feeling, you know. But yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this thing. And Itsy Bitsy Bones. Oh, well. We're talking about some not very itsy bitsy bones right now.
Itsy Bitsy Bones and their 14 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones, for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. How did your stream go? Tell me about it. Looks like you were doing something called New Pokemon Snap. Well, I hope it was a lot of fun. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for bringing your viewers. I hope you had a great time. Doing good. How are you? Doing quite well. Thanks. Yeah. Played some Pokemon Snap. Was it chill stream? I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. We're watching I'm getting increasingly frustrated at this clickbait video on YouTube about the biggest of the sauropod dinosaurs. It's like trying to rank them. The top 5 largest sauropods, and it's frustrating because it's becoming increasingly clear that not only is the script AI generated and the narration is all text-to-speech, probably from like a ChatGPT script, but a lot of the footage also doesn't match what they're saying it is, and it's just frustrating, you know? So yeah. Anyway, I'll probably write a review. I'll write a comment afterward. People can like that at the end, see if you can get it toward the top. But I think they kind of need a reality check here.
The giant was over 37 meters, 127 feet long, and weighed more than 70 metric tons, meaning it was longer than a blue whale and weighed more than a dozen African elephants.
Though it may not seem like much,
Reese,
500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
I appreciate
Love
that,
ya,
Reese.
Danny Pallia salute.
The feeling's mutual, Reese. Thank you so much for those 500 bits, by the way. You did not have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones. You enjoy your food. Thanks for being here, and hope you have a great evening, too.
Its femur alone was 2.4 meters, 7.9 feet long.
Holy cow.
Later studies claimed that Patagotitan was up to 31 meters, 102 feet long, and weighed about 50 to 57 metric tons. The dinosaur was most likely an herbivore and lived in a...
Most likely an herbivore. No, it's definitely an herb. It's a sauropod, for crying out loud.
Wooded area dominated by coniferous species. For some time, no official description of the dinosaur's bones was released, so that other experts could verify whether it was really the largest land animal ever, as the newspapers claimed. But in 2017, paleontologist Jose Caballito from the Paleontological Museum Egidio Ferruglio and his colleagues finally published details about this giant.
Yeah, that's not it doesn't have a skull. This is the wrong footage.
But Matt Waddell, who has been working on some major dinosaur projects and has been following the Titanosaur Patagotitan since 2014,
Funny Murph, yeah.
was not impressed by the study. According to his estimates, this dinosaur cannot be considered the largest. Moreover, he believed that the main part of the article didn't include some important bone measurements. Be that as it may, Patagotitan joined the club of giant dinosaurs. The reconstructed skeleton was exhibited at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. But this is not the only place where you can witness this giant. Skeletons recreated based on the found bones of Patagotitan are displayed in many museums.
Yep. There's been one that's been touring around Australia and New Zealand. We've got one at the Field Museum in Chicago. There's one in the American Museum in New York. There's a number of other ones that are, I think, traveling around the world too. There's one in London now as well, if I remember correctly. But yeah. There we go.
A colossal giant that roamed 101 million years ago. The Patagotitan majorum is one of the biggest known titanosaurs, now squeezing into London's Natural History Museum, in an exhibition showing visitors how a 57-ton creature grew from an egg the size of a grapefruit.
In order to sustain a body of that size, they needed to eat a huge amount of food. So they would have been eating almost all day, every day, and they probably needed about 120 kilos of food per day just to sustain their size. So they would have spent most of the time
20 kilos
grazing.
actually sounds a little low.
It was an Argentinian farmer who spotted the first bone in Patagonia in 2010. He called in scientists, and over the next 2 years, during a series of digs, they uncovered 280 more. The skeleton is actually bones from 6 individuals, cast in resin and pieced together like an intricate puzzle. To get a sense of its size, the Titanosaur skeleton is 35 meters long, almost the equivalent of 4 double-decker buses, and 3 times the size of a T-Rex. It would have dwarfed elephants and humans. Paleontologists are still learning about how they were able to evolve to become so vast.
Really fast growth meant they could get to these enormous sizes, and then various aspects of their skeleton meant they could walk around at these large sizes. Huge pillar-like legs, really wide hips that helped stabilize the body, and also they would have had a gigantic heart and a huge gut to help power all of the energy that you need to move that body around.
Good point of view.
As well
Yeah,
as
it's
inspiring wonder, this exhibit hopes to also remind people we have our own titans to protect. like the African savanna elephant, which is currently endangered. And by preserving their habitats and preventing illegal poaching, we can stop them from becoming extinct. Charlie Angela, Al Jazeera, London.
Honestly, we should be preventing legal poaching as well. It's an odd sound. Hang on. I'm gonna maybe let Mini Pie back in here. In a minute, but oh, this looks interesting. What is this? Scientific American? Turn down the volume a bit.
Sauropods are the biggest animals to have ever lived on land. But with such massive bodies, long necks, and tiny brains, how did they survive for so long? A diverse team of scientists has tried to answer these questions by building a 60-foot model of a Mamenchisaurus, a sauropod dinosaur known for its impossibly long neck.
Yeah, Mamenchisaurus is so cool. And I know what that weird sound is. It's the air conditioning. This is the first time this year, so I'm not used to that noise. The air conditioning has to be running. It's warm right now. Yeah. Yeah. 79 degrees? Yeah, there you go, Lordy. Yeah, yeah. I'm like, what's that like wet, almost hissing noise coming from the AC unit? Or from the HVAC unit? That's the air conditioning kicking on. It's the first time I've ever heard that while I've been streaming here since I moved in. Yeah. And yeah, it is a bright sunny day here in the San Francisco Bay Area today. It's just kind of a haze that you see probably from all this moisture evaporating. Yeah. Beautiful day today. Nice and sunny. Anywho, we hit 93 today. Holy cow, Lenina. And the AC was broken at work. I'm sorry to hear that, Lenina. That's lousy. Yeah. Anyway. Doing some baking. I don't want it to get ungodly hot in here. Preemptive AC. No worries, Lordy. You can't hear it. The mic's not picking it up. The noise gate is doing its job. So we're all good. As long as I don't get too distracted. But yeah. Here, let's continue with this. Talking about sauropods. Mamenchisaurus here.
The model is the centerpiece of a new exhibit at the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
Oh, I got to see this. This came to the California Academy of Sciences. I think it just finished up in, like, February. But I got to see it before it closed up. Let's see, this would have been right before Thanksgiving, I believe. There we go. Yeah. There's me. In front of that sauropod there. Yeah. Sauropod eggs. Cool stuff.
Scientific American got a sneak preview.
We've learned a lot about what went on the outside, how to flesh out the skeletons, and how the thing would have looked.
But there's still some questions about how these huge dinosaurs lived. Like, did they hold their neck stretched out in front or up vertically like a giraffe?
And we feel that some of them may have had long necks that went straight up, but in general, that if you try to put the bones together in that configuration, they just don't fit. And a much better and much more reasonable idea is that it's an energetic strategy, so that they could just stand there with their necks straight out and be sort of like a lawnmower and just go back and forth, eating along the ground without having to move their feet.
Well, it sounds like a good strategy for grazing. These long necks didn't come without problems. For one, pumping blood 30 feet out to the brain requires a huge heart. A long neck also makes breathing a challenge. Scientists think massive lungs must have been needed to move air through such a long windpipe.
If the volume of your windpipe is bigger than the volume of your lung, then...
Dig up dinosaurs?
And call me Cora.
Wow.
Well. Thank you for the raid.
Their 6 raiders want to know what it's like.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? How did your stream go? Tell me about it. Welcome. We're talking about big old sauropod dinosaurs right now. This was not my, what I had planned for today. I didn't really have a concrete topic for today, but we got into talking about sauropods, and that's what we're doing. So yeah. Yeah. Corey, I'm glad you're here. And you were doing something called Hidden Paws Mystery. I hope it was fun. It's good to have you. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. And Kiko says, I imagine they're based much of the theories off the anatomy of modern giraffes. Not really. Giraffes aren't actually super efficient in the way that they hold their necks and everything. Like, giraffes are just very different in a lot of ways. And truth be told, giraffes don't have super long necks in the way that sauropod dinosaurs do. Giraffes are weird. They've got a lot of mammalian baggage that's kind of constraining them. Like, just for one thing, a giraffe has the same number of neck vertebrae as me or as you. Giraffes have only got 7 vertebrae in their neck. I bring this up just to make the case that the giraffes are... They're not a great analogy, I guess, to sauropod dinosaurs. Yeah. A giraffe is like a very tall deer with long neck vertebrae, but it's still got the same number of neck vertebrae as a deer or as an okapi or as an atelocaprid like a pronghorn, some of their artiodactyl relatives. Yeah. Mammalian baggage, they're trying their best, Danny. I mean, yeah, but it's a big kind of handicap for them, you know? Yeah. And very interesting things, Kiko, yeah. There's almost all mammals only have 7 vertebrae in their neck. There's something about being a mammal where it's something to do with the way that mammal genomes work, it seems. That if you add or subtract a vertebra, it's like, fatal error. Embryo will not survive. If there's a mutation that changes the number of neck vertebrae in any way, usually it just gives the embryo fatal cancer. It's only not true in a handful of mammal species. It's like sirenians, so manatees and dugongs, sea cows, and sloths, for whatever reason. But it seems like both of those clades, Sirenia and whatever family of Xenarthros sloths are in, they don't seem to get cancer. They've got some sort of natural proclivity toward being cancer-free. So they can have more or fewer neck vertebrae but all other mammals, as far as I know, only have 7. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. It's funny to infer that from what you said. Oh, I see what you mean, Megadactylus. Yeah. Yeah. And Salamander says, did all sauropods share a number of cervical vertebrae? No. You had different clades with different numbers. In fact, Salamander, it seems that there may have been sauropods where over their individual lifespan, they may have gained cervical vertebrae. Like the number of cervical verts may have actually changed during ontogeny. Not that they have vertebrae that are splitting or a new vertebra grows in the middle or anything, but they have a cervicalization of vertebrae. I was talking with some researchers and they're like, yeah, we think that they might actually be turning some of their dorsal verts into cervicals as they grow. So as that neck continues to lengthen through ontogeny, some of the back vertebrae get shunted forward and they become neck vertebrae. Isn't that cool? Yeah. From what I know of other sauropsids, other reptiles like elasmosaurs, the number of cervical vertebrae, the number of vertebrae in general might not be diagnostic. It might be that like different members of the same species might have different numbers of neck vertebrae. For them, they can just have crazy numbers of neck vertebrae and it doesn't matter. It doesn't break them like it does for mammals. I think the record for the most neck vertebrae of any animal goes to an elasmosaur. It's, is it Albertonectes? It's like 76 cervical vertebrae. Yeah. Description, classification. Albertonectes is also unique among other elasmosaurids.
As we unravel some of the
76 neck
mysteries
vertebrae.
of these incredible creatures from our past, these terrible lizards.
Well, holy cow, Hoot House live stream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Hoot House livestream and their 78 raiders wanna hear about those terrible lizards.
Welcome, welcome, Hoot House. It's great to have you, and great to have you raiders. Welcome, everybody. Dude, I'm used to raiding into you, Hoot House. I appreciate your returning the favor. Everybody, if you're here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As you can probably guess, looking at my office here. I'm streaming to you live from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. But as a dinosaur paleontologist, during the summers, I go out and dig up dinosaurs. And I will be doing more of that in just a few weeks here. I'll be out in the field once again, digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming, and then later in Utah. So make sure to follow if you want to see that.
As they needed to be, and they were remarkably successful.
This is one of my live streams from last year.
150 million years, and yeah, lack of brains was not a problem for them. Certainly not, or they wouldn't have lasted so long. So yeah.
Anywho, as you well know, Hoot House and Raiders, I hope you know too, birds are themselves living dinosaurs. Birds are the only group of dinosaurs that survived into the present. Indeed, the only group of dinosaurs that survived the end Cretaceous extinction event, as far as we know. So, yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, we've got a bunch of cool new people here, I presume, so why don't we go ahead and play a quick welcome video for all the new folks. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny. He'll tell you a little bit about who I am, what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So let's get another shout out for Hoot House livestream, if anybody here is not familiar with them. If you want to watch live birds of prey doing their thing, nest cams raising their young, bringing back prey for the nestlings, all that good stuff, check out Hoot House livestream. Them a follow. And hang on, shoot. It's very eager. Previously Recorded Danny is sneaking up behind me right now. We're going to let him tell you a little bit about this channel, give you some background here, and I'll be right back. Previously Recorded Danny, it's your time to shine. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Trirarchuncus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his hood a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. Of course, thank you even more to Hoot House Livestream for that fantastic raid. I really appreciate it. It's great to have you all here. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, salamander. Yes, indeed. Hoot House. Here, we should probably check out my very own live bird cam here. I got this set up again the other day, and yeah, let's load this up. And take a look. It's not even Thursday Birdsday, but since we've got Hoot House here, let's check out our bird cam. There we go. And it appears... well, it's connecting right now. And yeah, Raptor, dinosaur cam indeed. Ooh, it's windy outside right now. Yeah. Nice. Oh man, the motion detection thing is going to be going nuts because it's windy. But let's see some of our notifications. Let's see if we've had any visits from bird friends today. Any theropod guests. It might just be like a whole bunch of notifications about that tree blowing in the wind there. I'm not seeing any birds so far. Yeah, just windy, windy day. I guess we're getting like a warm front moving in, hence the wind. But we had some pretty decent birds recently. Some oak titmouses. Some sort of a nuthatch or something cool like that. But yeah, these are... it's really just going to be the motion detector being set off by the wind here, isn't it? I gotta go reapply some cayenne pepper to this too, because the wind is going to be blowing a lot of that away. And if I don't have the seeds coated with cayenne pepper, the squirrels are going to be all over that. Yeah, shoot. Oh, there we go. Who is this? Probably another oak titmouse? Come on, embiggen. There we go. Yeah, I think that's exactly who that is. I think that's an oak titmouse. Good stuff. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, a little skittish. Just grab one sunflower seed and then... zoop! Off to the tree. Anyway. Cool stuff. Anywho, yeah. So, birds on this channel. Tomorrow, by the way, for everybody who's here with Hoot House, we're going to be having a huge bird stream tomorrow. Not only is it Thursday Birds Day, but we're going to be talking about a really exciting piece of news. We're going to be talking about this. The new Chicago Archaeopteryx. Take a look at this.
The link between dinosaurs and birds might well have remained a mystery, were it not for the discovery of this fossil, called Archaeopteryx. It's the clearest evidence scientists have that birds are dinosaurs.
I mean, we've got lots and lots of other lines of evidence aside from this one particular genus of dinosaur, but yeah.
So far, only 13 specimens of the species have been found, and most of them remain in Europe. Last year, the Field Museum in Chicago acquired one of these rare fossils. Their associate curator of fossil reptiles, Dr. Jingmei O'Connor, is renowned for her work on bird fossils, but she never imagined she'd be able to work on Archaeopteryx.
Like, honestly, when I first heard about this acquisition, it blew my mind. And
yeah, they did buy it, Salamander, yeah.
Like, pinching myself, like, is this really, really happening?
Research shows the Archaeopteryx had feathers and hollow bones like a bird, but also clawed wings, 50 teeth, and a long bony tail, making it the earliest known dinosaur that qualifies as both.
I mean, Archaeopteryx is the most important fossil of all time. It's the first puzzle piece for understanding the evolution of all the birds we see around us.
Experts say birds are the only group of dinosaurs that survived the mass extinction caused when an asteroid hit the Earth 66 million years ago. All Archaeopteryx specimens come from a fossil deposit in Germany unearthed in 1990, though it has already been heavily
1990? What? No, the first Archaeopteryx was like 1860. What are you talking about? 1861?
A fossil deposit in Germany unearthed in 1990. Though it has already been heavily studied, researchers say they're still making new discoveries using the fossil to this day. The fossil will be on display to the public at the Field Museum beginning on Tuesday.
Very cool. It's already on display. That's awesome. We'll be talking all about that tomorrow. We'll be going into the history of the discovery of Archaeopteryx. We'll be talking about how that the first Archaeopteryx fossils changed the world. We'll be talking about the controversy surrounding Archaeopteryx fossils, including how it drove some previously respectable scientists completely bonkers. Let me show you that. Where is that book? Here we go. Oh wait, no, wrong one. Gosh darn it. Shoot, where did I put? Well, I've got the book on my shelf, but I could just show you the. Here. Yes. Archaeopteryx, the primordial bird, a case of fossil forgery, by famed British astronomer Fred Hoyle and Chandra Wickram Singh. Completely bonkers, loco for Choco Puffs, just fringe, wacko nonsense. Fred Hoyle, who's not a paleontologist, not a geologist, not a zoologist, not an ornithologist, an astronomer, published this book back in the 80s, I think, claiming that all of the Archaeopteryx specimens were forgeries. Fred Hoyle was something of a creationist, at least in the sense that, like, he did not accept the fact that living things change over. Like, evolution is not something that he was on board with.
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Stego Leaf, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologize. It's good to have you here. Anywho, Fred Hoyle believed that changes in the fossil record occurred because of alien space viruses that would descend to Earth and then mutate organisms, rather than, like, creatures evolving via natural selection, like, you know, we can observe in the laboratory and study and everything else. He thought it was essentially magic space viruses. Nuts, bonkers, crazy stuff. We'll be talking a little bit about that tomorrow too, but mostly we'll be talking about the cool stuff about Archaeopteryx. We'll be talking about why it's an important creature, why it was revolutionary when it was found. And we'll be talking about what this new specimen means for Chicago, as other specimens have meant for other museums. London, Berlin, Thermopolis, Wyoming. Yeah. It's going to be a fun stream. And we're going to be talking about, obviously, the what we know about birds evolving from dinosaurs, too. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And you're hoping to see the Archaeopteryx in the near future. Very cool, Raptor. Very, very cool. And Jing-Mei O'Connor was indeed the paleontologist absolutely tearing up the dance floor in that SVP video. Yeah. In this video here. Um, Where's Jingmei? She's in here somewhere. There she is right there. Yeah. So yeah, she's got some moves. And there's my friend Nate Carroll, curator of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. Anyway, yeah, that's the same Jingmei O'Connor as in,
Feathers and hollow bones like a bird, but also clawed wings, 50 teeth, and a long bony tail, making it the earliest known she'd be able to
right here.
Archaeopteryx.
Like, honestly, when I first heard about this acquisition, I was like, you know, it blew my mind. And there's
Yeah, so we'll be talking all about that tomorrow. Exciting stuff. Yeah. And the Berlin specimen had leg feather. Yeah, Enlightened Tight. I have heard rumors about that. Yeah. They had some rather, shall we say, unrefined methods of fossil preparation back then. Today we can be a bit more sophisticated with our fossil prep, clearing away the matrix to look at the specimen itself. That's one of the reasons why this new specimen is so exciting, because they actually prepped it at the Field Museum. It was mostly still had matrix all over it when they first acquired it. So we'll talk about that tomorrow as well. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And things is an SVP membership enough to attend the meeting? No. You don't have to be an SVP member, a Society of Vertebrate Paleontology member, to attend the meeting, but you do have to pay to attend the meeting. And it costs a lot of money. I think tickets are like $600 or $700, I think. It's not cheap to run an event like that. And even with all that, sometimes the event still is operating at a loss. I will be going this year. I've got my hotel booked for Minneapolis. And this is going to be another one of those cool things to discuss with colleagues. They're in Minneapolis this year at the annual meeting. Pat Holroyd was pointing this out to me the other day. I didn't get this at first. Completely lost on me. What is this a reference to, chat? What is this a reference to? Hey, Minneapolis. What is that? That Champsosaurus skull reflected like that in the water makes it almost look like a guitar, doesn't it? Yes, and yeah, Zesty Fungi and Dame Karen got it. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be like Prince, Purple Rain. Anyway, that was completely lost on me at first. Pat had to point that out. But yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, I will be there at SVP this year. It is going to be before TwitchCon this year. Last year, I had to miss the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting because TwitchCon was the very same weekend out of like 51 or 52 weekends out of the year. It had to be the same weekend. So I had to make a difficult choice, and I went to TwitchCon instead. I was glad I did. This year, TwitchCon's in September. So, SVP. Yeah, during Halloween. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
They're kind of funny. Almari QC, thanks for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Anywho, good stuff. Good stuff. Now, should we get back to our sauropod video? I think let's do that. There is a crossover tonight. I'll be raiding over probably within the next half hour or so, and starting the crossover stream with Belent. But let's see if we can finish this darn thing out beforehand. Yeah, this kind of lousy clickbait, largely AI-generated video.
The oldest remains were 101 million years old. The animals most likely died in 3 different floods. But this is just one theory. There is another. The fact is that the dinosaur remains were found in one place, but in different paleontological layers. Therefore, the researchers assumed that there was a lake where animals came to drink. Perhaps it dried up during a drought, and the dinosaurs died of thirst at different times.
This is an interesting mention, Puertosaurus.
As it turns out, it's enough to recreate an entire dinosaur.
I mean, no, it's not really. What are you talking about? It's enough to tell that it's a titanosaur. And you can tell a few other things about it, but, you know, it's not enough to reconstruct the entire animal.
If these are well-preserved neck, back, and tail vertebrae,
space, yeah.
Even though they constitute just 3% of the skeleton. Based on them, scientists learned a lot about another massive sauropod, Puertosaurus, a member of the titanosaurs. The dinosaur was named Puertosaurus rayuli in honor of the 2 researchers who discovered the remains and worked on them, Pablo Puerta and Santiago Rayul. The previously mentioned scanty remains were also found in Argentina in the Santa Cruz province in southern Patagonia in 2001. It was determined that they date back to the late Cretaceous.
So that's a single vertebra right there. That's pretty substantial.
Period between 70 and 76 million years ago. Like all sauropods, Puertosaurus was an herbivore. Petrified tree trunks were found not far from the vertebrae, which suggests that this dinosaur lived in the forest. While scientists today have great capabilities, they are not limitless, so it's impossible to determine the exact size of the animal from just 4 vertebrae. Nonetheless, it was suggested that it was 30 meters, 98 feet long, and weighed 50 metric tons. There were many other assumptions. The dinosaur was given a maximum length of 35 to 40 meters.
Such sentence, I know, right, Diagonal?
To 131 feet, and a weight ranging from 80 to 100 metric tons. The overall size can be extrapolated from the largest discovered vertebrae, the dorsal one, which is the only one that remains intact. It is 1.1 meters, 3.6 feet high.
And this is mostly sculpted right here. So I don't know if this is if this is actually supposed to be from Puertosaurus, but this is a dorsal vertebra that is large, or it could even be I guess it could be a proximal caudal. Not totally sure. But you can tell just based on the texture that most of this has been sculpted. Like, that's not bone texture right there, you know?
High and 1.7 meters, 5.6 feet wide, making it the widest known sauropod vertebrae. By the way, Puertosaurus became the first giant titanosaur found with a cervical vertebrae, and it was a particularly large one.
I don't think
its
that's right either.
transverse width is 140 centimeters, 55 inches, and it's believed to be the 9th vertebrae. In 2013, Mike Taylor and Matt Waddell estimated the length of Puertosaurus.
So they're the guys with the sauropod vertebra picture of the week SV POW blog that I was showing you earlier about how giraffes actually have short necks, whales are dirty cheaters, elephants aren't very big, etc. All that semi-snarky stuff, that's from an excellent blog called SV POW by Mike Taylor and Matt Weddle.
Puertosaurus's neck to be about 9 meters, 30 feet. Scientists believe it was long, thick, and flexible.
Let's just skip to the end. Let's skip to, of course, Argentinosaurus. Still... Oh, holy cow! Stats bloke!
It's a dinosaur! A gigantic dinosaur is attacking our boys!
A dinosaur?
What?
Stats bloke and their 197 raiders don't know what they're in for.
Stats Bloke, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. How are things? How was your stream? How was World of Warships? It's good to have you here. And Armored Prayer 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For anybody who's new, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, streaming to you from my office here in the East Bay Area near San Francisco, California. And I am very excited because in just a few short weeks, I'm going to be out in the field again, digging up dinosaurs and live streaming that from Wyoming. So feel free to click that follow button. I sound like some sort of YouTuber here. Smash that follow button. Mangle the subscribe switch. Anyway, if you'd like to watch some live dinosaur digs this summer, following would be a good way to do that. And thank you, Reese, for those 3 gift subs. I appreciate that, Reese. Thank you, thank you.
Reese, you gifted Reese you a subscription.
Thank you, Reese.
Giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
J. Cole, thank you for the follow. And Booch.
It's a dinosaur.
I appreciate that follow as well. That's fun to say, Booch. I like that. Phonetically, that's very satisfying. Booch. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. This is Stats' fault, says J. Cole. It is, and Stats, appreciate you. How was the war shipping going? I hope you didn't get sunk by any submarines. It's great to have you here. Here, let me try to pull up a clip of. Here we go. Yeah, this past summer, streaming from the field.
Yeah.
Be doing more of this in
Fahrenheit,
Utah
by the way.
from
Close to 40 Celsius. It's probably like 39 Celsius, something like that.
It's hot out there.
But yeah, Quinn Bob, thank you for the 31 months.
Anyway, digging up dinosaurs live on
One of them
stream.
has been digging and just like, piece of a vert, literally like throwing it behind them. Like, yeah.
Yeah. This is from 1938?
37.
37.
Yeah.
But this
Yeah.
is your work in the almond formation.
Yeah. Anywho,
the velociraptors from Jurassic Park are actually a different dinosaur called Deinonychus. It's a long story why they call them velociraptor. But anyway, Deinonychus was a
you enjoyed the dig streams? You were there, Stats Book. Awesome. Yeah.
The early Cretaceous of Montana. Velociraptor
Anywho.
the late Cretaceous of Mongolia.
You can see these on the YouTube page, and I'll be out there in Wyoming from the end of this month, the end of May. Going to be arriving in Wyoming around the 30th. The entire month of June. Going to be digging dinosaurs in Wyoming. In the late Cretaceous almond formation, we've got at least a couple of duckbill dinosaurs to dig up. A ceratopsian dinosaur that hopefully we can find more of the skeleton of. We've got our permits together so we can dig a great big quarry and see how much of that horned dinosaur is still left in there. And then we'll see what else we find. There's going to be a bunch of cool stuff, I betcha. Then in July, brief hiatus, come back to the Bay Area, go back to Utah, and I will be digging dinosaurs in Utah from mid-July to mid-August. So, very excited about that. Can't wait. Counting down the days. So yeah, and Rakes T, how are you doing? Good morning to you too. How are you? Did you ever figure out the battery charging issue you had while you were out there? Yeah, we just had. It was like a software issue with encoder, and it just went away after a while. So it was pretty lucky that was the case. I'm going to be testing all of my gear again before I go out to the field, though, to make sure that I know the satellite and the router, the satellite dish and the router are working, and the modem. And I have to still make sure I got to field test my camera and the encoder But the solar panel and the
moon
generator
does
also
exist.
working. And thank you, MTN199, for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Yeah. And J. Cole says, why is it a duck-billed platypus and not a platypus-billed duck? Well, because it's not a duck, it's a platypus, J. Cole. Yeah. You know? Why is it called a tiger shark and not a shark tiger? Well, because it's not a tiger, it's a shark. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I just remember you being very frustrated the first day. Yeah, Stats Bloke, that happens sometimes, you know. When you're out there in the baking heat and, like, none of the technology is working the way it should, sometimes get a little frustrated, but I'm going to do my best to make sure there are as few technical snafus as possible this year. Yeah. Ligerman says, what is the most dangerous dinosaur? Well, there is a dinosaur still around today that's actually killed some people, Ligerman. I'll show you a video. Not against TOS, thankfully. But, there we go.
An ambulance, please.
It's a moment of crisis.
An ambulance, I'm bleeding to death.
What prompted such a desperate call to 911? It was a vicious physical attack, not from a human being, but from a bird. A bird called a cassowary, just like the one behind me. It's known as the most dangerous bird in the world. The cassowary is a close descendant of the fierce velociraptors, the dinosaurs featured in Jurassic World.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, so cassowaries did not evolve from velociraptor. Birds come from, they're not direct from dromaeosaurs like velociraptor. Birds already existed before velociraptor itself evolved. That birds evolved from, probably from a group of dinosaurs really similar to like the troodontids. So birds are part of the dinosaur family tree. They are dinosaurs, but they're not from the same branch as velociraptor. They're probably from something very similar to, like, Anchiornis. This little guy, who's about just a little bit after the first birds evolved. But we think this dinosaur is very, very close to the true ancestor of the birds. The true ancestor of the birds would have been a little dinosaur very similar to Anchiornis, we think. Yeah, Tradunted. Yeah, there you go. Dread Pirate Robert, yeah. But anyway, why did this guy get killed by a cassowary?
Who would keep such a creature as a pet? This man did, 75-year-old Marvin Hajos of suburban Gainesville, Florida. His urgent call to 911 came after he was attacked by his pet cassowary. In a fight between cassowary and man, he didn't stand a chance. Somehow, Hajos was able to call a friend, who then placed his own call to 911, urging police to get there quickly.
He sounded really frantic on the phone. All he said was, send an ambulance, send an ambulance, send an ambulance.
Zookeeper Debbie Morganson uses a rake, especially during breeding season, when the birds are protecting their eggs.
The main thing you worry
Beautiful
about
egg
is
there.
the feet.
So those eggs
During
are...
breeding season, when the birds are...
Those eggs are gorgeous, and since the males are the ones who take care of the eggs are really, really brightly colored. That doesn't seem to be for camouflage necessarily. It might be an evolutionary adaptation to get the dad to sit on the eggs more often. It's like a way of just being like, hey, we're going to make this egg look super tasty in order to get dad to sit on the egg. Because the way that it works with cassowaries and with other big flightless birds like this, ostriches, emus, rheas, and tinamous as well as cassowaries, is that the dad is the one who actually cares for the chicks. He watches over the eggs. Different females will visit him, breed with him, lay their eggs in his nest, and then he takes care of them. And he's kind of single dad after that. The mom or the different moms buzz off after that. They leave. And he's there caring for the eggs. So having brightly colored eggs might be an evolutionary adaptation in order to get dad to make sure to sit on the eggs more often and conceal them. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how you go about like testing whether or not that is why it evolved. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Dread Pirate Robert, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have seen this video before, though. I've shown this a few times before.
Protecting their eggs.
The main thing you worry about is their feet. It's their most deadly weapon.
She's correct. Cassowaries don't bite. They use their claws, which can grow 4 inches long.
Yep,
This guy uses a thick shield to protect himself during an attack.
So more like running at you.
Yeah.
And kicking you and jumping at you with those feet, and like a velociraptor, they're gonna.
Yeah, their claws are pretty impressive. Yeah, check that out. It's their digit 2 claw. Claw on the second toe. Well, it is their second toe, because they don't have a first toe anymore, so strictly speaking this is digit 2. But take a look at that. Yeah. It can be close to 5 inches long, actually. And this thing can just cut you open. And that seems to be what happened to the guy who died. It's oh man. Yeah, getting hit with the business end of that is what killed him.
Shred you pretty quick.
Wildlife expert Jared Miller says the dead man might have made a mistake.
It might have made a mistake. You think?
Situation where a little slip up like a trip and fall definitely gave that large bird an advantage.
Yeah. Here's a link to that video from Inside Edition. Yeah. And Armored Prayer says, I find it odd that a single male father would evolve. It seems like a long-term investment that would not be beneficial. It might be that it's not up to him, Armored Prayer. The females are the ones who are laying the eggs. So the females are the ones who are determining egg color. It's her body that's doing that, not his. And so it might be something that evolved in order for the females to be able to ensure that their eggs are more likely to survive, or at least more likely to receive more parental care from the male. It's almost like they kind of like trap him into doing that by having a more brightly colored egg. You would think of the males and females almost being in competition.
Paleontology.
And Ray XT, thank you for the follow. Rakext. Appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah. Sir Onland says 2 other birds have documented kills, the ostrich and the chicken. Really? Yeah. But yeah. Chickens, really. Ostriches. The chickens are very common, though. I can see out of the billions and billions of chickens in the world at any given time, you might have at least one that, might send somebody upstate to live on the farm with grandma, chase rabbits. Yeah, Johnny Cash was nearly killed by an ostrich, it sounds like. Here. Johnny Cash ostrich attack.
What's best, Johnny? Good or bad?
Well, Roy Orbison's got a line in a song that says, a diamond is a diamond and a stone is a stone, but man is part good and part bad, and that's me. I may have a little bit of good, but I got a lot of bad in me.
Really? Why?
Yeah. Let's get to the ostrich part. Where is that?
We got a big house, so, we'd be comfortable inside. My hobbies are collecting antique Greek and Roman coins. Also fishing in the pond with my boy.
And then you have a big animal reserve right on your doorstep.
Yeah, we have about 50 acres fenced in and exotic animals in there.
There you go, I am bored, yeah.
We've got peacocks, turkeys, deer, antelope, llama, rhea, the New Zealand bird.
And rhea are not from New Zealand. Rhea are from South America. He's getting them mixed up with kiwi, probably. Or moa. He might be getting them mixed up with moa.
We had an ostrich But the ostrich met me in the road one day when I was taking a walk, and he's 8 feet tall. And he threw his wings up like this and hissed at me. And I walked around him, but when I came back, I had about an 8-foot pole with me in case he was still there. And he was, and he started at me, and I swung the pole, which is exactly what he wanted me to do. He jumped straight up. He jumped straight up and came back down and hit me right here and broke 3 ribs. Yeah. So then...
Oh, no. Anyway, yeah. But apparently it was his belt buckle that saved him. Like, apparently the claw, like, contacted the belt buckle? He said in another interview. I don't know if that's true or not, but anyway. People say that it was his belt buckle that saved Johnny Cash's life from that ostrich. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And hey, Rayzilla, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. And holy cow, there was a fighting rooster that killed its owner? That is both sad, but also poetic justice. Yeah, shoot. Yeah. And Chris, well, who is that? Is that Chris who? I don't know this person. Enlighten me, Herdy. Oh, Chris Christofferson. Oh, okay, Lenina. Okay, thank you. Neat. Yeah, I'll give you a link to this video. There you go. Anyway, those are the most dangerous dinosaurs around today. But, shoot, any number of other theropod dinosaurs. Theropods are the group that birds belong to. Right here. Birds belong to the theropod group of dinosaurs, theropod dinosaurs. But that also includes a bunch of other cool theropods. Spinosaurs, tyrannosaurs, allosaurs, and carcharodontosaurs, ornithomimosaurs, troodontids, dromaeosaurs, dinosaurs like that. You know, some of these guys would have been pretty tough customers. Not the sort of creature you'd want to run into in a dark alley. Or, frankly, any kind of alley or anything, you know what I mean. But one dinosaur that we're going to be talking about a lot this summer is Utah Raptor. This is the largest of the dromaeosaurs that we know about so far. Can anybody guess where it's from with a name like Utah Raptor? Ireland. No, Salamander, no, not from Ireland. Ohio, South Carolina, Idaho. No. Texas? No. No, I know Salamander, yeah. Anywho. It is from Utah, Oscar Jr.'s, yes indeed. Yeah. Anyway. There's a thing called the Utah Raptor block, which, I don't know how cool that sounds. When you say Utah Raptor Mega Block, it makes it sound cooler, I suppose. But, I will be hopefully doing a stream from here. With this guy, Jim Kirkland. We're going to do a live stream with the Utah Raptor block.
About 10 years ago, I had a graduate student working on the poison strip sandstone, the middle part of the Cedar Mountain Formation, our lower Cretaceous rocks.
And Mayor Spacey, yes.
Looking at the rocks, said, look for bones. When he turned in his thesis, asked, did you find any dinosaur bones doing this work? And he said, well, there was one thing that looked like a human arm bone. That sounds like a theropod, a little hollow bone. That's always intriguing for us. So we went out there and looked. Very difficult, white bone, as the weather is on white rock. but we realized when we finally found it after 4 hours walking back and forth over the site, we had a foot of a meat-eating dinosaur sticking out of the rock. Went back, 6 months later, the following year, to do a little further evaluation. What do we want to do with this? The first piece of rock I moved split open, and I had the part and counterpart of a jaw with all the teeth in it, of a small meat-eating dinosaur.
Nice.
This is now on exhibit at the Natural History Museum of Utah. As we worked and expanded the site, we realized as we came around, it was a 9 by 9 by about a meter mass of sand. And we now realize we have a mass of Utahraptors, babies, juveniles, subadults, and adult. So we ended up collecting the whole thing intact and dragging it with a track hose.
Giant
9
block.
feet by 9 feet by 1, 9 tons of dinosaur skeletons intertwined. A whole growth series of Utahraptors trapped in this quicksand. The first time anyone has ever attributed dinosaurs dying to quicksand.
Yep. Cool stuff. And this is at the Utah Geological Survey in Salt Lake City. This is a photogrammetric video. You can see all these different bones in there. There's a maxilla with those teeth. We've got some vertebrae. We've got ribs. We've got hip elements. We've got limb bones. So this is a photogrammetric model that was made of this. Another maxilla right there with the teeth. You see it? Beautiful. With any luck, I'll be able to do a live stream here with Jim talking about this. Here is Scott Madsen describing this.
Some aspects of this mega block that we've been preparing the last couple of years, and take a little tour. So I think we'll start right here.
Anyway, so I'm really, really excited about this. I talked to Jim, and he's like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do a stream. So I'll, hopefully, in a couple weeks, be taking you on a tour of the Utahraptor mega block there. That'll be on 28th, 29th, maybe 27th of May here. Something like that. So, pretty excited. Pretty excited. Andrew Memerich says, have dinosaur fossils ever been found in extinct volcanoes? You mean like a volcano that was extinct during the time of the dinosaurs? Or a volcano that was active back then but is now extinct? The answer to the former is almost certainly yes. At least if we're talking about like calderas. For the latter, probably no. We don't have any dinosaurs that were fossilized in an active volcano that has since gone extinct. Yeah. Yeah. What about lava? No, lava tends to destroy bone. It's too hot. But we do have... There's a site called the Camposaur Bone Bed near Egg Mountain in Montana. Up near Shoto, Montana. With a bunch of Maiasaura preserved there. As many as 1,000, maybe 10,000, maybe 100,000 Maiasaura all died in this spot. And they may have been overtaken by a pyroclastic flow. It's a mass of like superheated gas and detritus spewed out of a volcano back then. Yeah, but it wouldn't be lava. There's another site in Nebraska that I was lucky enough to visit a couple years back and do a live stream from, called Ashfall Fossil Beds in Nebraska. Yeah, the rhino barn. So there are a bunch of rhinos. This is long after the extinction of the dinosaurs. A bunch of rhinos that were doing their thing in Nebraska at the time.
And work here is ongoing. Somebody over there, she is continuing to work on this right now. Very cool. So this is the actual bone horizon. It's 3 feet down right there.
Incredible
so
sight.
Was like working on this initially. Must have done some very careful surveying to find out which direction the beds are tilting and everything. Here in Nebraska, there's not a whole lot of orogeny or mountain building or anything like that, so I wouldn't expect everything to be...
So this is kind of like a rhino Pompeii here.
I've never worked at this site before. Cool. Makes a lot of sense.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Everything here that we find in the ash bed.
I didn't do a great job with the camera work here.
Yeah, extirpated. Yeah.
As Harper likes to point out. They come
Is she a stickler about that? Extirpated versus locally extinct?
I learned that word from her.
Yeah. I try and remember that too, because yeah.
I like to give her credit for that because I didn't know that word before.
Anyway, this is a cool stream. Take a look. Someone got 2 likes so far. Holy moly. But Clearbird just uploaded this a little while ago. And it's up there now. Yeah. And, nope, I've never been to Australia at all, Dino Wolf, but I'd love to go. Winton is where, I'm sure as you know, where some of Australia's better-known dinosaurs are from. Winton the Titan is named after Winton. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, that was volcanic ash that that smothered these poor rhinos and camels and other critters there. Anyway, interesting stuff. With that being said, it's getting a little bit later here than I was expecting. Like, I need to start my crossover stream with Balint from Scient Streams, so we are gonna go do that. Let's get rid of these tabs here. And let's go ahead and wrap things up for now. Don't go away, because the stream is not ending, or rather, we're just picking it up over on Balint's channel. We're going to be having a cool discussion about some new scientific papers. We're having scientist chat tonight, like we do on Wednesday nights. And it's a fun opportunity to just kind of hang out with 2 scientists. I always look forward to this a lot, hanging out with Balint, talking about some exciting new scientific publications. And there's going to be Q&A from the chat and everything else. So, don't go away. But here is Deinonychus to run our credits over. And let's get ready to go on over there. There we go. Thank you, everybody whose names are appearing in our credits right now. New followers, thank you for hitting those follow buttons. Subscribers and resubscribers, thank you for keeping me here on the air. Really appreciate that. Your ongoing support. It means a lot. It really does. Couldn't do this without those faithful subscribers and resubscribers. Cheerers, thank you for cheering those bits. That helps a lot too. I appreciate it very much. And moderators, thank you. Lads, we're working kind of hard today, and I appreciate that, moderators. Thank you, thank you. Keeping this train on its tracks. And thank you, raiders. We had some magnificent raids today. Stats Bloke, Ox Tiberius, Hoot House Livestream, Itsy Bitsy Bones, N Simplex Pachinko, Call Me Corey, and JG Fergie. Thank you all for your raids too. Appreciate you all. We've got an exciting stream coming up tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day and the Chicago Archaeopteryx, but before that, I'm gonna go stream with Balint. So catch me there. We're gonna have scientist chat. I'll be on camera. Let's jump in there now. I'll see you there. See you there.